RCNation.com. Uh, what's going on in the world today seems to be much of a repeat of prior day stories. There's not a lot new going on, just developing stories from the weekend. So with regards to Venezuela, Trump saying that Venezuela is going to sell us billions of dollars worth of oil, and we're bringing tankers over there to get the oil and bring some money into Venezuela. I'm sorry, Venezuela's economy. So that's a development in terms of Venezuela getting back into the economic world. I'm still not sure what the outcome is going to be in terms of when the woman who has won the election, democratically won the election, is going to return, the one who won the Pulitzer Prize and gave it to Donald Trump. But it's still in flux and transition. We still have the Navy positioned outside Venezuela. We're still ready to interdict any of the drug ships to try to get through that blockade, as it were. And the protests.
All right. Let me just sign in here. Always leave it to the end. Okay. Not too many people here, but thank you for showing up. I've decided to give it the 90 days. It might take longer, but I'm going to see this through. I think investors, understandably, they get sick of it. And everybody should be sick of it. The markets are not fair, and professionals take advantage of you and of me. But somebody asked me, I guess about 3 weeks ago, I could be like, the holidays weren't that easy for me. I'm not complaining, but I didn't have my family, and of course I miss my house and that whole neighborhood. But it's the first time I didn't have my dog, and so it was. There was no offsetting thing I could deal with. It was pretty. You go through. The holidays are tough for some people, and now I found out what that means. Anyway, I was asked, "What are you going to give up on Railtown?" Because, see, again, that is what we're trained to think, that the stock price is telling us everything we need to know. And it works most of the time in these crappy over-the-counter stocks. And I guess we have to be honest, it could work here, I suppose. But I don't think that's what the price is telling you. It's a broken record. I think the price is telling you that the company entered into an agreement with AIP in February of last year. And during the time of whatever we want to call it, I was corrected. The word I use is wrong. So let's call it a blackout. During that blackout, the company further entered into a deal with TELUS, which is just huge in its potential. Not just TELUS all by itself, but if you think about it, What's a company out there? Well, Palm. Palm, originally, the guy walked around for 4 years with a piece of balsa wood trying to go from banker to banker to wanker to banker. And no one could really buy into it. He had to prove the concept, and then it took off. Of course, he didn't win in the long run, but there's more than one competitor. There's Apple and Samsung, and there's a lot of competitors out there in the mobile phone area. But until it's accepted, it's a long, lonely slog. And so Railtown, nobody knows the story on Wall Street. Nobody knows the story in London. Nobody knows the story. They might in Palo Alto, but they're not interested in it because it's public and it doesn't filter up. They're working on, look, Wall Street has destroyed the capital creation power of the over-the-counter markets and NASDAQ, frankly. They've destroyed it. So they focus on, they have a monopoly on capital creation from meeting Elizabeth Holmes, or meeting Jeff Bezos, or meeting, they meet the team and they decide to take it from angel, friend and family angel round all the way up the value chain to dumping it in the public's retirement accounts. And they can take anybody they want. They can layer in the technology. They can layer in the teams because they can raise the money. They all work together, basically. They all speak the same language in terms of documents and delta this and gamma that and whatever terminology they come up with. It's all lingo. So they can, it's self-fulfilling, basically. But so they're not yet interested in Railtown. Railtown may be in a further blackout, if I can use that word instead of the one I would use, because conceptually, the biggest thing ahead for Railtown is TELUS. There's no bigger thing. There is no other case. There's nothing else. They have Uniserve. They have cross-selling in the network. They have the roll-up strategy. All of that, I don't think you have to trouble your brain with. It's only one thing that matters, is TELUS. It's the only thing that matters. So what's the risk from here with TELUS? Well, TELUS opened up their data center I guess you could call it a trial run, but it may be business. I don't know. But they've announced it. They have 3 customers from the summer sometime, I don't know, from May or June and onward. So the TELUS data center, which was built, it was outfitted with NVIDIA, state-of-the-art NVIDIA chips, although I hope they have a deal to keep upgrading because those seem to accelerate upward. But they have state-of-the-art NVIDIA chips. They have green energy. They have hydropower. And so they're cheaper right now. They're efficient. They're cheaper. The speed is faster. It's ready to go. And it's built. It's not planned, it's built. So they started this summer. And I guess you could look at those first 3 customers as a test run. Testing the NVIDIA, testing the electricity, testing the et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. for a data center to help companies or development teams or just users, it needs to convert all that data, connect it, neural links, I guess, like our brain. And that's what basically a large language model is. So instead of, I mean, this is the way I would think of it. I don't know if I'm accurate, but instead of when you ask your computer, could you calculate what would happen if that whatever it was, AI Atlas AI3, could you calculate what would happen if it, to all the planets, if it gets to Jupiter and somehow whips around Jupiter and stays in the solar system? Or some idiot, I'm making up an idiot question. Well, rather than the computer, your tool, having to just sort through all the data in this massive data center, all the data in the world, rather than that, this large language model pulls out the orbits of each planet, the trajectories, whatever is necessary, and it just has that data set. That's the neural linking, the things that apply to the thought. And then that, I think, is going to be Cohere, just because Cohere is Canadian. But that large language model provider, but it could be somebody else, could be more than one. It's not really relevant to us because Railtown is agnostic to what tools or languages a developer uses. Railtown's built to ingest it all and coordinate it, make it come out in an understandable form. So anyway, you need that large language model thing so that all of that data, when there's a query or an ask, the computer doesn't have to run through the whole bloody world of data. It just focuses on what the neural links discover as it relates to planetary systems. So it's a subset of all the information in the world, even though we're asking about our universe, our solar system. Anyway, the next level is the orchestration frameworks. That's where to use that example, I suppose, that would be where you would ask your computer to give you updates real time about what's happening in the course, the trajectory of that Atlas AI3, whatever it's called, and everything gets updated real time with real time scenarios, worst case scenarios, so you're always considering it. That's what that orchestration framework level is. And by the way, I don't think LangChain can do that, but I don't know. It doesn't matter. The whole market is gigantic. If you listen to Jensen Huang yesterday, he made an astonishing statement. He said, we're gonna do all this work and all these conversations, all these interactions, but of course you're going to want us to remember it all. I was like, wow, that is a market that's huge, but it'll keep growing. I don't know unless we conquer the sun, if the planet's going to have enough energy for our need for information. in the past, great civilizations, everything they wrote down faded away. I mean, the Mayan or Aztec history was destroyed by the Catholics, the Spanish, they burned it all. What a horrible thing to do. But mostly in history, information becomes too expensive to hang on to. You do it for a long time, but at some point in an individual's life, you let go. And in the world, as history moves on, great technologies are forgotten, civilizations are forgotten. But what Wang is saying is we're going to remember it all. That's a lot of compute power, a lot of compute. So anyway, this story of what Railtown is doing, being the layer between the user, the company, the software developer, the individual, at the TELUS data center, I think the top layer. The next layer is large language models, and then the bottom is NVIDIA, electricity, racks, rack and pinion steering. That story isn't known by anybody. You know it, but you can correctly challenge me and say, do I really understand it? You probably find something I don't get right. But you have to put a lot of information together and make certain assumptions, I suppose. But those assumptions will clarify into facts over the next weeks and months. But you know the story. Nobody else does. Nobody else does. And the people that do know it, that could matter to the stock price, can't buy the stock. Now, there's a train of thought that says, well, that's hogwash. If they knew the story and they saw how big the upside was, why wouldn't they break their NDAs? Why wouldn't they break the document they signed? Why wouldn't they hire someone arm's length to go buy the shares for them offshore? Well, I think, number one, there might be other things on their table. There's so much going on that they don't need, the huge rates of return that Railtown might give aren't worth the risk of going to jail, losing your house, losing your wife, losing being on a board of directors, losing your mutual fund, losing your position at TD Bank. That's one. There are other things they could invest in. And two, some of those buyers at these prices can't buy anyway, so maybe they just say, let's just wait. Let's focus on other things on our plate. But three, it really assumes that everyone's crooked and is willing to break the law. And I can kind of understand that after what we've gone through in the over-the-counter and the NASDAQ markets. But it's not a fact. My experience, which despite what the certain people say on Wall Street, I can think quickly off the top of my head, maybe two, 2.5, maybe 2.25, maybe. One in particular, but I can't think of anyone that really broke the rules on Wall Street or really cheated. Everyone's honest, in my experience. So I really think if you're counting on the argument that if it's such a good deal, people would be breaking the law to buy it, I think you're going to miss out on an opportunity to own the stock. Secondly, I forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, I can't remember. But if you allow the price to frighten you, look, it's tough. Sometimes low prices tell you something. I don't personally believe it's telling you anything here other than the stock has been walked down. Look, a year ago, this stock was 38 cents, I'm guessing. Maybe it was 40 cents a year ago. Nobody knew about AIP. And once people knew about AIP, they didn't know if that it was going to get closed. And then, of course, the shorts, we got to have a better word for them because what they do is more than just shorting. The campaigners to take entire market caps, they started shorting the stock to try to destroy the acquisition. They saw Canaccord Genuity, a notorious short seller, aid a better. So they figured we can bust this acquisition, or if people want to go through it, maybe we can do it at half the price or a quarter of the price. In other words, 4 times as many shares, 5 times as many shares issued, just to help out our short position because we're entitled to make money because, frankly, we have been chosen by the gods of the market to know this strategy, and we're entitled to cheat and steal. Well, that didn't work. They didn't bust up that trade. The other thing they try to do, since it's Canaccord, get the price down so that any financings are teed up or teed off the market price. And so far, the company has not agreed any, that I know of, any financing that's going to be based on 35 cents in Canada. Hasn't happened. And they're not going to do a toxic deal. They have all the cash they need. They run a lean machine. So the short strategy, which works in every other case, basically, isn't working here. It's not working. But in the market, part of the strategy is to get the price down. You walk it down. Every day it's down a penny. Every day it's in the red. People get mad. They get pissed off with each other. Tensions rise. It's tough. People think they have inside information. They don't. But they maybe act like they do. They don't, though. Nobody, well, I don't know if somebody might have, but I don't think anybody in all the people I used to talk to knew that TELUS was going to take this long in further edifying the markets on what's going on at this data center. I mean, I've been ridiculed for some of my observations, so I'm going to stop making them. But there is a whole different culture going on in the younger generation and in Canada that things go more slowly as a result of it. It's a different pace. It's not right or wrong. It's just a different generation. The The other, or a parallel reason, other than, slow pokism, is that maybe the testing of that data center continues and it's not finished. What do they have to test? Like I already said, they got to do the NVIDIA, the power, run it through its paces. But maybe they had to test, if I'm right, Cohere. I'm sure they've done it by now. But maybe they had to test that. And maybe that's ongoing. But you know what? It's a thought that came to me after one of you guys asked a question yesterday. It's possible that one of the holdups right now, whoever asked me, I think it was Eric, about marketing. Why aren't they doing anything? Well, maybe it's kind of I think it's the right way to go. Maybe it's all hands on deck. Let's make sure our software tools do not glitch when attached to Cohere and NVIDIA in this gigantic setting. Let's go make sure that we have a perfect run while we're testing. But once TELUS decides to open for business, let's make sure that when the pressure comes to scale, that we're not a weak link. In fact, that we're the strongest link as possible. That might be what's going on too. I don't know. It's also holidays. But it all bottom lines that this is a great opportunity to buy the stock. I wish I had been able to tell you, Tony did, don't buy it at 48 cents, although that's where he bought it, and wait until now. But I don't know. That's so much 2020 vision in the rearview mirror. Let me just show you this chart. I'll start here. That is the Railtown chart in Canada. That is a very bullish pattern. It's a very strongly bullish pattern, in my opinion. Doesn't mean it's not going to go down more for a while, like a week or 2 weeks. But you know what that pattern tells you? It tells you that when it breaks through that trend line, I mean, these are charts. It doesn't mean it's definitely going to happen. But what if and when it breaks that chart, I think you're going to go to the highs of this year in the summer, and possibly to that I think that's the all-time high there, or at least that might be this year. I can't read the date down below. Anyway, I think you're going to go to the yellow line. As soon as it breaks through, you're going to snap up like a rubber band, going back to its original position after it's been stretched too far. I think you're very close to Railtown doing what that green arrow is pointing to. Somebody asked, would the stock go down to see that little yellow dot right here in the middle? Somebody asked, I forget what that price is. And maybe we did it today, the low was 24.83. Maybe we did it today. And certainly that guy yesterday who was trying to buy at 25 may have gotten his order off if his order had been already in. because they couldn't have done a trade below it if his order was already recorded there on the sell side. His order's on the buy side, but they couldn't do a sell below his order if he was already recorded. If he put it in during the day in the middle, there's no guarantee. The ask would have to come down and go through it. Then I'll just show you this for giggles. This is Steve's account. The stock went to, I blacked out his other holdings, but well, not the name of them, I guess, but the amounts. It's at 42.64. Wouldn't that be fun? It'd be a lot of fun. So he suddenly was rich. It could happen. It could happen. All right, let me go to your comments. Nobody here. I guess I'm no longer a draw. Life is such. Hey Jeff, you're number one. Hey Marty Party. Hey Jack. Hey CJ Yukon. Hey Donna, how are you? Hey Fast Eddie. Well, I don't. We can see what Dr. Sue said, but I don't really have that much more to say about Railtown because it's so repetitive. It's just so repetitive. But I do think that chart that I showed you is extremely bullish. Doesn't mean it's going to happen today, but when it happens, it's going to snap back very quickly. And I really, that chart, it's the first bullish thing I've seen in a long time. And when they break out, they go, it's sharp. It's very sharp. Asu. Dr. Sue. Let's see what Dr. Sue has to say. I'm kind of excited to hear what she has to say. They give you 4 choices. I don't know which is better. CES, CNET, Yahoo Finance, or AMD. Let's try CNET. Well, which one has more views? You can't tell. Like that. Dr. Lisa Sue. I don't know which one's better. They all have different images. I'll go with maybe AMD's coverage.
At CES 2026, innovators from every corner of the globe show up to the most powerful tech event in the world. We'll rally together, imagining what's next, and we'll make it real, solving the greatest challenges facing our world, and proving that technology isn't just moving us forward, it's creating new possibilities. Here, AI isn't an idea. It's intelligence in motion. The innovators, the storytellers.
What does that mean? Intelligence in motion. What is intelligence in motion?
And culture. Pioneers will push healthcare beyond what we ever thought possible. From connected roads to autonomous
All right,
flight,
I move to the point.
to innovations that feed the planet. This is what drives us forward. In the halls of CES, technology doesn't just compute, it collaborates.
Your
Quantum
mama
thinkers,
collaborated.
cybersecurity leaders, fintech visionaries, and robotics engineers are rewriting the rules of enterprise itself. Because when the world's most determined minds come together, we don't just predict the future, we build it. This is where bold ideas meet.
All right, we got your, just cut to the chase.
Converge, partnerships ignite, and breakthroughs take center stage.
Bring on Dr. Sue.
Innovation isn't a solo act, it's a shared
Your
pursuit.
mama was in a solo way.
CES 2026. Innovators show up.
Lordy. That was
CEO of
painful.
the Consumer Technology Association, Gary Shapiro.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Las Vegas CES 2026.
All right,
with our
you're, get
first
off the
keynote
stage.
of the year.
All right, you said enough.
Every year, CES gives us a front row seat
All right,
to the ideas
you
and
had your
breakthroughs
chance.
that shape the next decade. But it's actually the people behind
All right,
those
we got it.
breakthroughs,
Go
the
to Dr.
leaders
Sue.
challenging what's possible, who truly define the moment.
Yeah, right.
Tonight, we get a head start to CES 2026 with one such leader.
All
You
right,
know,
bring her
CES
on.
has always been a platform for bold vision
Who
and
cares
ambition.
what you think?
It's where ideas become industries and where the next era of human progress first takes shape. And this year, as AI accelerates change across every sector, it's more important than ever that we hear directly from the architects.
Okay, could we hear from her instead of you?
Define our very future. And that's why it is a tremendous honor to introduce to you a leader, quite frankly, one of the bastions of CES, whose vision and impact can be felt across the entire
All right,
technology
get to
landscape,
it.
Dr. Lisa Sue.
There you go.
Lisa is no stranger to this stage. She has keynoted CES before, and each time she's done so,
Did
she
you
sets up the
introduce her?
ahead. Since becoming CEO in 2014, Lisa has led the company through one of the most remarkable transformations in modern technology. Under her leadership, AMD reinvented itself through relentless innovation in high performance and AI. Enterprise workloads, cloud infrastructure, and the devices and experiences which millions of people rely
All
on
right.
every single day. Today,
Who wrote your
AMD is
speech?
essential
Can you
force
fire
in the
them?
global AI transformation. Its CPUs, GPUs, and adaptive computing solutions help unlock new capabilities across cloud, enterprise, edge, and PC. And while the industry has spent years discussing what
I've
AI
spent a year listening to you.
Lisa has been focused on building the computing foundation that makes AI real and accessible at scale. But what
Fascinating.
truly distinguishes Lisa is her leadership. She's analytical and
Oh,
deeply technical, yet
I can't wait
purpose.
till
She
you're
brings a
off.
rare combination of scientific brilliance, strategic clarity,
You're a
and
real
human-centered
combination of blowhard and saying nothing.
Solutions that matter, solutions that advance society, strengthen industries, and expand opportunity.
Oh,
That's the kind of leadership CES is designed to elevate.
what a
And
bunch
that's
of
the kind
crap.
leadership we all need as we navigate a world of accelerated innovation. Tonight, Lisa will share AMD's vision for how high-performance computing and advanced AI architectures will transform every part of
Let
the
her
digital
do it.
and physical world. From research,
We don't need you to tell us what she's going to do. Just let her do it.
So speak to the extraordinary pace of AI, the breakthroughs happening now, including the opportunities and
Can she speed you up?
that come with building the future.
Hello, and welcome to this unique moment in human history. A moment where what's possible might soon forget what's impossible. Where any game you play now has the power to play by your rules. Where AI not only helps model the possibilities of what a city can be, but make sure our kids never forget what our cities used to be. A moment where no hope meets the treatment plans of AI mapped genomes. Where no driver officially has better reflexes than any driver who's ever lived. And where no signal can no longer stop you from sharing. Show me. This.
Okay, can we?
A moment where AI is helping design a renewable energy source as powerful as the sun itself. And helping make travel time across the Atlantic just another puddle jumper. But as fast as everything's changing, there's one thing that won't.
Introductions won't change.
A world where the most advanced AI capabilities end up in the right hands.
Introductions will never change.
Yours.
Can I fast forward somehow? Thank God. Can we see Dr. Sue?
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's
Oh.
my privilege to welcome to the stage a
Never
globally
ends.
respected technologist, an industry-defining CEO, and a leader whose work continues to shape the very trajectory of modern computing. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage Chair and CEO of AMD, Dr. Lisa Su.
All right, what an audience. How are you guys doing tonight? That sounds wonderful. First of all, thank you, Gary, and welcome to everyone here in Las Vegas and joining us online. It's great to be here with all of you to kick off CES 2026.
Great to be
And
here.
I have to say, every year, I love coming to CES to see all the latest and greatest tech and catch up with so many friends and partners. But this year, I'm especially honored to be here with all of you to open CES. Now, we have a completely packed show for you tonight, and it will come as no surprise that tonight is all about AI. Although
Not yet.
The pace of AI innovation has been incredible over the last few years. My theme for tonight is you ain't seen nothing yet.
That's true. We haven't seen anything yet.
We are just starting to realize the power of AI. And tonight, I'm going to show you a number of examples of where we're headed. And I'll be joined by some of the leading experts in the world, from industry giants to breakthrough startups. And together, we are working to bring AI everywhere and for everyone. So let's get started.
Please.
At AMD, our mission is to push the boundaries of high performance and AI computing to help solve the world's most important challenges. Today, I'm incredibly proud to say that AMD technology touches the lives of billions of people every day. From the largest cloud data centers to the world's fastest supercomputers to 5G networks, transportation, and gaming, every one of these areas is being transformed by AI.
I'm being transformed by this presentation.
Years, and I can say it's absolutely our number one priority at AMD. It's already touching every major industry, whether you're going to talk about healthcare or science or manufacturing or commerce, and we're just scratching the surface. AI is going to be everywhere over the next few years. And most importantly, AI is for everyone. It makes us smarter. It makes us more capable. It enables each one of us to be a more productive version of ourselves. And at AMD, we're building the compute foundation to make that future real for every company and for every person. Now, since the launch of ChatGPT a few years ago, I'm sure we all remember the first time we tried it. We've gone from 1 million people using AI to now more than 1 billion active users.
Wow.
This is just an incredible ramp. It took the internet decades to reach that same milestone. Now, what we are projecting is even more amazing. We see the adoption of AI growing to over 5 billion active users as AI truly becomes indispensable to every part of our lives, just like the cell phone and the internet of today. Now, the foundation of AI is compute. With all of that user growth, we have seen a huge surge in demand in the global compute infrastructure, growing from about 1 zettaflop in 2022 to more than 100 zettaflops in 2025. Now that sounds big. That's actually 100 times in just a few years. But what you're going to hear tonight from everyone is we don't have nearly enough compute for everything that we can possibly do. We have incredible innovation happening. Models are becoming much more capable. They're thinking and reasoning. They're making better decisions. And that goes even further when we extend that to agents overall. So to enable AI everywhere, we need to increase the world's compute capacity another 100 times over the next few years to more than 10 yottaflops over the next 5 years. Now, let me take a survey. How many of you know what a yottaflop is? Raise your hand, please.
Star Wars
A yottaflop
1, 2, and 3.
Followed by 24 zeros. So 10 yottaflops is 10,000 times more compute than we had in 2022. There's just never, ever been anything like this in the history of computing. And that's really because there's never been a technology like AI. Now, to enable this, you need AI in every compute platform. So what we're going to talk about tonight is the whole gamut. We're going to talk about the cloud, where it runs continuously, delivering intelligence globally. We're going to talk about PCs, where it helps us work smarter and personalize every experience that we have. And we're going to talk about the edge, where it powers machines that can make real-time decisions in the real world. AMD is the only company that has the full range of compute engines to make this vision a reality. You really need to have the right compute for each workload. And that means GPUs, that means CPUs, that means NPUs, that means custom accelerators. We have them all. And each of them can be tuned for the application to give you the best performance as well as the most cost-effective solution. So tonight, we're going to go on a journey. So you're going to go with me through several chapters as we showcase the latest AI innovations across cloud, PCs, healthcare, and much more. So let's go ahead and start
Please.
with the first chapter, which is the cloud. The cloud is really where the largest models are trained and where intelligence is delivered to billions of users in real time. For developers, the cloud gives them instant access to massive compute, the latest tools, and the ability to deploy and scale as use cases take off. The cloud is also where most of us experience AI today. So whether you're using ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok, or you're coding with copilots, all of these powerful models are running in the cloud. Now, today, AMD is powering AI at every level of the cloud. Every major cloud provider runs on AMD EPYC CPUs. And 8 of the top 10 AI companies use Instinct accelerators to power their most advanced models. And the demand for more compute is just continuing to go up. Let me just show you a few graphs. Over the past decade, the compute needed to train the leading AI models has increased more than 4 times every year. And that trend is just continuing. That's how we're getting today's models that are dramatically smarter and more useful. At the same time, as more people are using AI, we've seen an explosion over the last 2 years of inference, growing the number of tokens 100 times, really hitting an inflection point. You can just see how much that inference is really taking off. And to keep up with this compute demand, you really need the entire ecosystem to come together. So what we like to say is the real challenge is how do we put AI infrastructure at YATA scale? And that requires more than just raw performance. It starts with leadership compute, CPUs, GPUs, networking coming together. It takes an open modular rack design that can evolve over product generations. It requires high-speed networking to connect thousands of accelerators into a single unified system. And it has to be really easy to deploy. So we want full turnkey solutions. That's exactly why we built Helios, our next generation rack scale platform for the YATA scale AI era. Helios requires innovation at every single level: hardware, software, and systems. It starts with our engineering teams who designed our next generation Instinct MI455 accelerators to deliver the largest generational performance increase we've ever achieved. MI455 GPUs are built using leading edge 2 nanometer and 3 nanometer process technologies and advanced 3D chiplet packaging with ultra fast, high bandwidth HBM4 memory. This is integrated into a compute tray with our EPYC CPUs and Pensando networking chips to create a tightly integrated platform. Each tray is then connected with high-speed ultra-accelerator link protocol tunneled over Ethernet, which enables the 72 GPUs in the rack to function as a single compute unit. And then from there, we connect thousands of Helios racks to build powerful AI clusters using industry-standard Ultra Ethernet NICs and Pensando programmable DPUs that can accelerate AI performance even more by offloading some of the tasks from the GPUs. Now, we are at CES. It is a little bit about show and tell. So I am proud to show you Helios right here in Vegas, the world's best AI rack. Is that beautiful or what?
Changed my life.
Now, for those of you who have not seen a rack before, let me tell you, Helios is a monster.
It's been a long
rack.
time.
This is no regular rack, okay? This is a double wide design based on the OCP Open Rack Wide standard developed in collaboration with Meta, and it weighs nearly 7,000 pounds. So, Gary, it took us a bit to get it up here, just so you know. But we wanted to show you what is really powering all of this AI. It is actually more than 2 compact cars. Now, the way we've designed Helios was really working closely with our lead customers, and we chose this design so that we could optimize serviceability, manufacturability, and reliability for next generation AI data centers. Now, let me show you a few other things. At the center of Helios is the compute tray. So let's take a closer look at what one of those trays look like. Now, I can tell you, I probably cannot lift this compute tray, so it had to come out. But let me just describe it a little bit. Each Helios compute tray includes 4 MI455 GPUs, and they're paired with the next-gen EPYC Venice CPU and Pensando networking chips. And all of this is liquid-cooled so that we can maximize performance. At the heart of Helios is our next-generation Instinct GPUs. And you guys have seen me hold up a lot of chips in my career, but today I can tell you I am genuinely excited to hold up this chip. So let me show you MI455X for the very first time. MI455 is the most advanced chip we've ever built. It's pretty darn big. It has 320 billion transistors, 70% more than MI355. It includes 12 2-nanometer and 3-nanometer compute and I/O chiplets, and 432 gigabytes of ultra-fast HBM4, all connected with our next-gen 3D chip stacking technology. So we put 4 of these into the compute trays up here. And then driving those GPUs is our next generation EPYC CPU, codenamed Venice. Venice extends our leadership across every dimension that matters in the data center. More performance, better efficiency, and lower total cost of ownership. Now, let me show you Venice for the first time. I have to say, this is another beautiful chip. I do love our chips, so I can say that for sure. Venice is built with 2-nanometer process technology and features up to 256 of our newest high-performance Zen 6 cores. And the key here is we actually designed Venice to be the best AI CPU. We doubled the memory and GPU bandwidth from our prior generation, so Venice can feed MI455 with data at full speed, even at rack scale. So this is really about co-engineering. And we tied it all together with our 800 gig Ethernet Pensando Vulcano and Selena networking chips, delivering ultra high bandwidth as well as ultra low latency, so tens of thousands of Helios racks can scale across the data center. Now, just to give you a little bit of the scale of what this means, that means that each Helios rack has more than 18,000 CDNA5 GPU compute units and more than 4,600 Zen 6 CPU cores, delivering up to 2.9 exaflops of performance. Each rack also includes 31 terabytes of HBM4 memory, an industry-leading 260 terabytes per second of scale-up bandwidth, and 43 terabytes per second of aggregate scale-out bandwidth to move data in and out incredibly fast. Suffice it to say, those numbers are big. When we launch Helios later this year, and I'm happy to say Helios is exactly on track to launch later this year, we expect it will set the new benchmark for AI performance. And to just put this performance in context, just over 6 months ago, we launched MI355, and we delivered up to 3x more inference throughput versus the prior generation. And now with MI455, we're bending that curve further, delivering up to 10 times more performance across a wide range of models and workloads. That is game-changing. MI455 allows developers to build larger models, more capable agents, and more powerful applications. And no one is pushing faster and further in each one of these areas than OpenAI. To talk about where AI is headed and the work that we're doing together, I'm extremely happy to welcome the president and co-founder of OpenAI, Greg Brockman, to the stage.
That's an introduction.
Greg, it is so great to have you here. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
OpenAI truly started all of this with the release of ChatGPT a few years ago, and the progress you've made is just incredible. We're absolutely thrilled about our deep partnership. Can you just give us a picture of where are things today? What are you seeing, and how are we working together?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here. Thank you for having me. ChatGPT is very much the overnight success that was 7 years in the making, right? That we started OpenAI back in 2015 with a vision that deep learning could lead to artificial general intelligence, to very powerful systems that could benefit everyone. And we wanted to help to actually realize that technology and bring it to the world and democratize it. And we spent a long time just making progress, where year over year, the benchmarks would look better and better. But the first time we had something that was so useful that many people around the world wanted to use it was ChatGPT. And we were just blown away by the creativity and the ways in which people found how to really leverage the models we had produced in their daily lives. And so just out of curiosity, how many people in the room are ChatGPT users?
That's pretty much the whole room,
Yes,
Greg, I would just say.
I'm glad to hear it. But very importantly, how many of you have had an experience that was very key to your life or the life of a loved one, whether it's in healthcare, in helping manage a newborn, in any other walk of your life? And to me, that's the metric that we want to optimize. And that seeing that number go up and to the right has been something that's been really different over 2025, right? That we really moved
Nice
from
of you
being
to
just a
dress
text
up.
box, you ask a question, you get an answer, something very simple, contained, to people really using it for very personal, very important things in their lives. And it's not just in personal lives, for healthcare and aspects like that. It's also in the enterprise, right? And really starting to bring models like Codex to be able to transform software engineering. And I think that this year we're really going to see enterprise agents really take off. We're seeing scientific discovery start to be really accelerated, whether it's developing novel math proofs. The first time we saw that was just a couple months ago, and the progress is continuing. And it's really across every single endeavor of human knowledge work, where there's human intelligence that can be leveraged, right? You can amplify it. We now have an assistant, right? We now have a tool, we have an advisor that is able to amplify what people want to do.
I completely agree with you, Greg. I think we have seen just an enormous acceleration of what we're using this tech for. Now, I would say, I think every single time I see you, you tell me you need more compute.
It's true. It's true.
It's almost like a broken record. Like you could just, just play the Greg wants more compute. Can you talk about just some of the things that you're seeing in the infrastructure, some of the bottlenecks, and where do you think we should be focusing as an industry?
Well, the
Real time.
Why do we need more compute is the most important question, right? Which is really when the models are not that capable, right? Where we were in 2015, 2016, 2017, so forth, is that you basically just wanted to train a model and evaluate it, right? Maybe there'd be a very narrow task it'd be useful for. But as we've made this exponential progress on the models, then there's actually exponential utility to them. People want to bring it into their lives in a very scalable way. And I think that what we're seeing is as we move from you ask a question, you get an answer, to agentic workflows, where you ask the model to write some software for you and it goes off for minutes or hours or soon even days. And you're not just operating one agent, you're operating a fleet of agents, right? You can have 10 different work streams all going at once on your behalf for a single developer, right? And that it should be the case that you wake up in the morning, and this is the kind of thing we are going to build, by the way, and ChatGPT has taken items off your to-do list at home and at work. And that all of that's going to require that, that big graph that you had of how much compute the world's going to need, that's going to require far more compute than we have right now. Like, I would love to have a GPU running in the background for every single person in the world, because I think it can deliver value for them. But that's billions of GPUs. No one has a plan to build that kind of scale. And so what we're really seeing is benefits in people's lives, right? We're seeing, for example, some of my favorite applications, and some of the ones I think are the most important, are in healthcare, right? That we actually see people's lives being saved through ChatGPT. Just over the holidays, one of my coworkers, that her husband had leg pain. They went to the hospital, they went to the ER, and they got it x-rayed, and the doctors are like, it's a pulled muscle, just wait it out, you'll be fine. They went home, it got a little bit worse, typed the symptoms into ChatGPT. ChatGPT said, go back to the ER, this could be a blood clot. And in fact, it was deep vein thrombosis in the leg, in addition to two blood clots on the lungs. And if they just waited it out, that would have been likely fatal. It's not a unique story. Fiji, our CEO of applications, I work very closely with every day. ChatGPT literally saved her life too. Right? She was in the hospital for a kidney stone and had an infection. They're about to inject a antibiotic, and she said, "Wait just a moment." She asked ChatGPT whether that one was safe for her. ChatGPT, which has all of her medical history, said, no, because you had this other infection 2 years ago, that could re-trigger it, and that could actually be life-threatening as well. And so she showed it to the doctor. The doctor's like, wait, what? You had this condition? I didn't know. I only had 5 minutes to review your medical history.
I completely agree, Greg. I mean, that's one of the things that we can always, all of us can use a helper.
Yes.
And that's really what we have here. Look, I mean, I think you've painted a vivid picture of why we need more compute, of what we can do with AI. I think we feel exactly the same way. Now, we've also done an incredible amount of work with your engineering teams. MI455 and Helios is actually, a lot of it is through some of the feedback from our engineering teams working closely together. You know, can you talk a little bit about that infrastructure and what are your customers wanting, and how are you going to use MI455?
Well, one of the key things with how AI is evolving is thinking about the balance of different resources on the GPU. And so we have a slide to show how we've seen the evolution of this that balance of resources across different MI generations. So you see the slide that I very painstakingly put together. Actually, I did not painstakingly put it together. I asked ChatGPT to go create the slide. And so it literally did all the research, and you can see some sources at the bottom. And it actually went and read a bunch of different, AMD materials, created these charts, put together the title, put together all these headers, and produced not just an answer for me to then go do a bunch of work. It produced an artifact that I can show. And this is just one simple example that you can do today with ChatGPT, right? That we are moving to a world where you are going to be able to have an agent that does all this work for you. And for that, we're going to need to have hardware that is really tuned to our applications. What we have in mind is that we're moving to a world where human attention, human intent becomes the most precious resource. And so that there should be very low latency interaction anytime a human's involved, but there should be an ocean of agentic compute that's constantly running, that's very high throughput. And these two different regimes of low latency and high throughput yield a bunch of different pressures on hardware manufacturers such as yourself. So it's a pleasure to be working together.
We like building GPUs for you. That works well. Lastly, Greg, let's talk a little bit about the future. You know, paint a picture. You know, one of the things that we've talked about is there's some people out there who are wondering, you know, is the demand really there? Can AI compute? Like, do we really need all of this AI compute? And I know you and I have talked about it. I think people don't have a view of the future that you see. I mean, you have like a special seat. So paint the world for what this looks like in a few years.
Well, looking backwards, we have been tripling our compute every single year for the past couple of years, and we've also tripled our revenue. And the thing that we find within OpenAI is every time we want to release a new feature, we want to produce a new model, we want to bring this technology to the world, we have a big fight internally over compute, because there are so many things we want to launch and produce for all of you that we simply cannot because we are compute constrained. And I think we're moving to a world where GDP growth will itself be driven by the amount of compute that is available in a particular country, in a particular region. And I think that we're starting to see the first inklings of this. And I think over the next couple of years, we'll see it start to hit in a real way. And I think that AI is something where I think data centers can actually be very beneficial to local communities. I think that's a really important thing for us to really prove to people. But also the AI technology you produce, that is also something where, in terms of scientific advances, you think about what has been the most fundamental driver of increase of quality of life, right? It really is about science. And every time we've gone into specific domains, you just see how much limitation there is from how things are done, because that's just, there's a particular discipline that's built with a bunch of expertise. There are a small number of experts, and that it's hard for them to propagate that to future generations. For example, in biology, we hooked up GPT-5 to a wet lab setup and had humans described what the web app looked like. The model said, here are a couple of ideas to try. The humans would go try it, and it actually produced a 79x, almost 100x fold improvement in the efficiency of a particular protocol. And that's just one particular reaction that people have spent some time actually optimizing, but not like a ton of time, because it's just, there's so much surface area available in biology that no human can possibly get to all of it. No human can be an expert across every single subfield. And I think what we're going to see is AIs that really bridge across disciplines that humanity has been unable to bridge, right? You see this within healthcare, where as humans learn more, we specialize more, but we're going to have AIs that are going to amplify it. And so I think it'll be for hard problems that AI will be brought to bear. This will be true for enterprise. Every single application, I think, will have an agent that is accelerating what people want to do. And I think the hardest problem for humanity will be deciding, how do we use the limited resources we have to get the most benefit for everyone?
That is an incredible vision, Greg. We are so excited to be working with you. I think there's no question in the world that we have the power to really change people's lives. Thank you for the partnership, and really look forward to it.
Thank you.
So, as you heard from Greg, compute is key, and MI455 is a game changer. But with the MI400 series, we've designed a full portfolio of solutions for cloud, enterprise, supercomputing, and sovereign AI. At the top is Helios, that's built for the bleeding edge performance, hyperscale training, and distributed inference at rack scale. For enterprise AI deployments, we have Instinct MI440X GPUs that deliver leadership training and inference performance in a compact 8 GPU server designed for easy use in today's existing data center infrastructure. And for sovereign AI and supercomputing, where extreme accuracy matters the most, we have the MI430X platform that delivers leadership hybrid computing capabilities for both high precision scientific and AI data types. This is something unique that we at AMD do. Because of our chiplet technology, we can actually have the right compute for the right application. Now, hardware is only part of the story. We believe an open ecosystem is essential to the future of AI. Time and time again, we've seen that innovation actually gets faster when the industry comes together and aligns around an open infrastructure and shared technology standards. And AMD is the only company delivering openness across the full stack. That's hardware, software, and the broader solutions ecosystem. Our software strategy starts with ROCm. ROCm is the industry's highest performance open software stack for AI. We have day zero support for the most widely used frameworks, tools, and model hubs. And it's also natively supported by the top open source projects like PyTorch, VLLM, SGLang, Hugging Face, and others that are downloaded more than 100 million times a month and run out of the box on Instinct, making it easier than ever for developers to build, deploy, and scale on AMD. One of the exciting AI companies using AMD and ROCm to power their models is Luma AI. Please join me in welcoming the Luma AI CEO and co-founder Amit Jain to the stage. Hello, Amit. How are you? It's great to have you here with us. You're doing some incredible work in video generation and multimodal models. Can you tell us a little bit about Luma and what you're doing?
Absolutely. Lisa, thank you so much for having me here.
Of course.
Luma's mission is to build multimodal and general intelligence so AI can understand our world and help us simulate and improve it. Most AI video and image models today, they're in early stages, and they're used to generate pixels. They're used to produce, pretty pictures. What is needed in the world are more intelligent models that combine audio, video, language, image all together. So at Luma, we are training these systems that simulate physics, causality, are able to go out, do research, call tools, and then finally render out the results in audio, video, image, text, whatever is appropriate for the information that you're trying to work with. In short, we are modeling and generating worlds. So as an example, let me show you some results from our latest model, Ray 3. By the way, Ray 3 is the world's first reasoning video model. So what it means is it actually is able to think first in pixels and latents and decide whether what it's about to generate is good. And it's also the world's first model that can generate in 4K and HDR. So please take a look.
When you close your eyes, what do you see? When we talk about reality, how do you know what is real? Or what is simply your imagination? Now open your eyes.
I could say, Amit, that looked pretty incredible. So tell us, how are customers using RAIF 3 today?
So we are working with very large enterprises as well as individual creators across the spectrum. And we work with them in advertising, media, entertainment, and industries where, like, you want to tell your story. 2025 was the year when they started to deploy our models and experiment with them. And towards the end of it, we're seeing large-scale deployments where people are using our models for as much as actually making a 90-minute feature-length movie. What customers are also asking us a lot for, as they're using it more and more, is control and precision. How can they get their particular vision out onto the screen? And what we have realized, and to our research, is that control comes from intelligence, not just better prompts. You can't keep typing in again and again and actually do those things. So we have built a whole new model on top of RAIF 3 called RAIF 3 Modify that allows you to edit the world. So let me show you actually what that looks like. This won't have audio, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what you're seeing. So what's playing on the screen is a demo of RAIF 3's world editing capabilities. It can take any real or AI footage, so footage from cameras or footage that you generated, and change it as little or as much as you want to realize the creative goals. It's a powerful system that we have developed for our most ambitious customers who are most demanding. And they spread the gamut across entertainment, advertising, and this has allowed us to enable a new era of hybrid human AI productions. The human becomes the prompt through motion, timing, and direction. You act it out, and then the model can produce it. What that means in practice is that filmmakers and creators can create entire cinematic universes now without elaborate sets, and then edit and modify anything to get to the result they want. This has never been possible before. But in 2026, we are focused on actually going much further. 2026 will be the year of agents, where AI will be able to help you to accomplish more of the task, or hopefully the full end-to-end of the task, rather than doing some patchwork. So our teams have been working diligently building the world's most powerful multimodal agent models. Using Luma will suddenly feel like you have a large team of capable creatives who are working with you in your creative pursuit. I want to show you a brief demo of what that would feel like. So what you're seeing here is a new multimodal agent that can take a whole script of ideas with characters and everything, and start imagining that in front of you. Now, this is not script to movie. This is human AI interaction. And our next generation of models provide the ability to analyze multiple frames, long-form video, and make selection and maintaining the fidelity of the characters, scenes, and story, and only editing when it's needed. Here you're seeing human and AI collaborate in designing characters, environment, shots, and the whole world. And with our agents, we believe that creatives will be able to make entire stories, what used to take a large production before. Again, this has never been possible before, and we have been using it heavily internally, and we couldn't be more excited. Individual creatives or small teams will suddenly have the power of doing what entire Hollywood studios do.
That's pretty amazing. It's really nice to see how these Luma agents come together and make this happen. Now, I know you have a lot of choices in compute, and when we first started talking, actually, you called me and said you needed compute, and I said I thought I could help. Can you tell us a bit about why you chose AMD, and what has your experience been?
Yeah, we bet on AMD very early on. That call was in 2024, early 2024. And since then, our partnership has grown into a large-scale collaboration between our teams, so much so that today, 60% of Luma's rapidly growing inference workloads actually run on AMD cards. Today, we also, initially when we started out, we used to do a bunch of engineering. But today, we are at a point where most any operators, most any workloads that we can imagine run out of the box on AMD. And this is huge props to your software teams and the diligent work that is going into the ROCm ecosystem. We're building multimodal models, and actually these workloads are very complex compared to text models. One example of that is these consumes hundreds of times, thousands of times more tokens. A video that you saw, a 10-second video, is about 100,000 tokens easily. Compare that to a response from an LLM. It's about 200 to 300 tokens. So when we are working with this much information, TCO and inference economy is absolutely critical to our business. Otherwise, there's no way to serve all the demand that is coming our way. Through our collaboration with the AMD team, we have been able to achieve some of the best TCO is total cost of ownership, that we have ever seen in our stack. And we believe as we build these more complex models that are able to do autoregressive diffusion and that are able to do text and image and audio and video all at the same time, this collaboration will allow us to significantly differentiate on cost and efficiency, which, as you know, in AI is a big deal. So through this collaboration, we have developed such degree of confidence that in 2026, we are expanding our partnership to a tune of about 10 times what we have done before. And these 455 cards, and I cannot be more excited for MI455X because this, the rack scale solution and the memory and the infrastructure that you're building is essential for us to be able to build these world simulation models.
Well, we love hearing that, Amit. And look, our goal is to deliver you more powerful hardware. Your goal is to make it do amazing things. So just give us a little brief view of what do you see customers doing over the next few years that just isn't even possible today?
Right. So as Greg was mentioning, early on in LLM land, right, in 2022, 2023, they were great for writing copies, small emails, things like that. We could have never imagined that we would actually put these models, into real-time systems, into healthcare and these kind of things. Through accuracy and architecture and scaling, LLMs have now gotten to that point. Video models are currently in that early stage. Today, they're great for generating video and pretty pictures. But soon, by scaling these models up, by improving the accuracy and data, we would end up with a place where these models will help us simulate real physical processes in the world, like CAD, architecture, fluid flows, help us design entire rocket engines, plan cities. And this is not outrageous. This is what we do today manually with big giant teams in simulation environments. These models will allow us to do that and automate that to a great degree. And as they become more and more accurate, multimodal models is what we need for the backbone of general purpose robotics. Your home robot, will run hundreds of simulations in its head, in image and video, and then try out, okay, how do I do this? How do I solve this? So that it's able to do a lot more than current generation of LLM and BLM robots are able to do. This is how the human brain works. Humans are natively multimodal. Our AI systems will be as well.
That sounds wonderful, Amit. Look, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for the partnership, and we really look forward to all that you're going to do next.
Thank you so much.
All right, that's a lot to take in, particularly with those introductions. Let's just leave it there for a second. I saved it. We can continue later. But I think that does show how, look, my contention with Railtown, and you can argue with it, and you can argue that the stock price is telling you that Railtown sucks and it's going to be a disaster and it's another G-bucks But I don't think that. I think Railtown is, I mean, there's still 52,500 shares for sale. You see them on the ask. And this so-called professional investor that knows where the stock price should be, he or she has been selling that same 52,500 shares since probably with an offer at 70 cents since the highs this year. There's no way on God's green earth that that price reflects a thought process of what buyers of Railtown and sellers of Railtown studying data and information feel is an accurate representation of its enterprise value. There's just no way. But people say, oh, it's where it should be. We're all used to now, everything's computerized. It's like playing Pac-Man with your money or playing Pong with your money. You got to, what is the value of Railtown? To me, what it is, and I'm not saying there's not risks. I'm not saying that, because obviously these people are very powerful at destroying the stock price. And what they're hoping is that Railtown needs to raise $10 million to fund, because any growth story inhales capital. And so they're hoping that Railtown's going to go to Canaccord Genuity and all those prim and proper investment bankers and say, we need $25 million. Well, looking at your stock price, it's we're going to have to do it at a discount to 25 cents so that we issue 1.25 billion shares to get you $25 million. That's what the whole game that these guys do is bring the price down, because these companies, they know, need to raise capital. So then the investment bankers with no brain at all go and look, well, let's check the market price. Instead of sitting down and saying, we think your stock should be worth this. Why don't we raise money at that price instead of at what the manipulation by program selling has done? But no one sees it. No one cares. Everyone thinks the market's telling you the correct price. How can thousands, literally thousands of companies be all worthless in their business plans? I mean, that woman, Dr. Sue, if she were starting a startup, her stock would be just like this. It's not right. It's just not right. So anyway, I think the key thing is, if you listen to it, compute is at the base of all of it. And compute is the data storage, the data centers, its storage and its processing of the data. And that's NVIDIA, that's AMD, it's all this stuff they're talking about. But then you have this Lumina who's using this compute. I don't know if they create their own large language models, but you need the large language models. I mean, Lumina might go in through the top. I don't know. That's my knowledge is very limited, but they might have their own large language model. But these are OpenAI. That's one of the guys you just heard from. The Anthropic and Cohere are some of the, and the key thing to realize, the delay in closing the AIP deal didn't give a competitor like LangChain a head start. Well, I mean, they got out there sooner maybe, but it didn't give them a head start where they can just take the whole market, the whole addressable market. There's room here in the large language models for at least 3 big companies that I just gave, but there's probably going to be more. But the first 3 will have an advantage, of course. But anyway, you need that. And then you need this, which is where, and they just talked about it, but it's your AI, your agentic. I guess it's not redundant or incorrect to say, it might be. Up here, to make all of this work efficiently, and she was talking about, Dr. Sue was talking about, she had a list of 3 things, or maybe it was one of her guests. But what the users look for is efficiency, and they don't want their costs to run up as they use the data center. So it's AI and agentic. I think the software is redundant, but AI and agentic, I do it for clarity, not that it's correct. Software development kits. It's the orchestration frameworks. And that's where Railtown is. And people can say, well, oh my gosh, LangChain's getting a head start. Well, which, I don't know. I don't have the ability to study it. I don't get journals or up-to-date information. But when I spoke with Corey, he said they did come out sooner with, I forget, one of the 2 things that they have than they did. But the problem, it wasn't because of AIP. It was because that rail engine part, I wrote it down, but it took 2.5 years of a heavy lift. I think that was his exact words, to create rail engine. And it wasn't quite ready. At least that's what he told me. But you know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think that Railtown and TELUS are keeping this a tight hole. That's that's an oil and gas term. Somebody else is going to look it up and say, oh my gosh, you can't use it. Well, it so perfectly describes what might be going on here. If if NextBridge's partners were, I forgot what that next well is called, the Valentine prospect. If that Valentine prospect hits a target and the pressures come up the well, and their initial IP and production tests indicate, and volumetrics, whatever the engineers use as their terms, if they suddenly found 10 trillion, they think a field that's 10 or 15 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, they're not going to tell anybody. They're going to make that a tight hole. In other words, they're going to have a news blackout. Why? Why would they do that? Because they want to lock up more acreage and make sure they can claim as much of the upside of that discovery which they made before they tell the world. And that might be what's going on with TELUS and Railtown. Very simplistically, all I can think is it's like a big restaurant that you've spent 10 minutes for. I don't know, the Le Diplomat, they spent 4 or 10 million are the 2 numbers that come in my head, but they spent a ton of money getting that restaurant from an old dry cleaner to one of the most popular restaurants in DC. Well, they're not going to just get it all set up and open for business. They're going to hire everybody, train them, and then they're going to probably have 1 week where, and I, back when I was paying my way through school and afterward, that's what I went through it. You fill the restaurant for free. I spilled 2 glasses of something red. It wasn't, I don't think it was wine, but it was something. Anyway, the poor guy and his girlfriend, he was very nice, but man, things you remember. So they just can't sell that 52,500 shares. It's unfortunately, they just can't get rid of it. And it's gone from 70 cents down to 25 cents, and they just can't get rid of it. Poor bastards. But anyway, you have that big restaurant. Rather than put your reputation to risk, rather than put your reviews to risk, rather than put your ability to attract and keep customers at risk, you have a week or 2 weeks of free dinners, inviting people so that you put the restaurant through its paces, the chef, the machinery, the cleanup, the staff, and you make sure it works. I think that's what's going on. That the information flow is tight, like a tight hole. The reason for it is they want to make sure the restaurant will perform beautifully. So they've been testing the data center, TELUS has, with all these other things. But maybe now they're testing Railtown. Who knows? Maybe they're testing Railtown and LangChain. I don't know. But we'll find out. But I think that's why information, like a successful oil well, information here is considered a tight hole, keep the information tight. And it's for our benefit. It's not to screw us. It's so that we get to keep the maximum benefit of, he calls it the intellectual property. I agree with that, but that intellectual property is only worth what you can defend it. You've got to get out there, claim the beach, and actually be the first on the shore and getting through the pillboxes and into the hedgerows and onto Germany in the case, the case of D-Day. But that would explain this quiet period. I know that's not the right word, but this period of quiet, plus the holidays and all that. And what I think is going to happen with Railtown is as soon as TELUS, maybe sooner, but as soon as TELUS opens the doors to the restaurant for real and puts out advertisements and probably word of mouth, and Phyllis Richmond puts out a 5-star glorious 5 fat thumbs up review of the restaurant, and there's waiting lists. I think once that happens, analysts and very smart VCs and hedge funds are going to look at the TELUS data center, and one of the first things they're going to ask, who's providing the CPUs and GPUs and whatever the utes, who's providing the 2 utes? they're going to notice that it's NVIDIA. They'll notice that. They'll notice, then they'll ask, well, who's providing the large language models? And maybe it's more than one, but they'll notice that the preponderance maybe is Cohere. So they put out a buy recommendation on Cohere. Or they just go accumulate Cohere stock. And maybe this data center is the model, the template, particularly if my memory is correct, that there's some sort of agreement with TELUS, between TELUS and NVIDIA, that NVIDIA always upgrades, maybe frictionlessly, but maybe TELUS has to pay the extra real cost, but not. Anyway, there's a way of always keeping it state of the art. Well, that model of a data center may be, to an analyst, they may say, wow, this is incredible. And she may put out a report saying, NVIDIA is a buy, because if they take this model to the rest of North America, revenues are going to grow by this much. That's how analysts and investment managers, they look at what the overall story is going to mean to the component parts, I guess, to the companies providing. I can't remember all the computer stuff before, but you used to have, I think Tandon Computer was one, T Corp. Tandon Computer was inside everything for a while, and then it was Intel, I guess. But no one really heard of Tandon Corp. But people were buying, I forget which computer and which items, but people were buying the end use product, and inside of it was Tandon Corp. And that was a hot stock for a while. It was a long time ago. But it had legs for quite a while. And that's what I think is going to happen here with Railtown. As this story gets told for TELUS, by TELUS, but also by analysts for TELUS, there might be buy recommendations coming out for TELUS, who knows. But the inquisitive analyst and aggressive investment manager are going to start looking into the documents and under the hood, so to speak, and they'll see Cohere, they'll see NVIDIA, and they'll probably see other things I don't even know about. One thing that occurs to me from yesterday, not today, but yesterday, is copper. I mean, silver, of course, I know silver, but copper, that's what I heard yesterday. Copper's got to be a screaming asset to accumulate miners of copper. But anyway, as investment analysts and investment managers commit their capital to AI, they're going to look inside of the data center. And they're going to find there on top, and my guess is they will know the revenue deal. We don't. I'm just guessing. But I gave you my ranges. My experience with institutional brokerage, it didn't go below 11%, maybe a little bit. The payout, I mean, a lot of it was higher, 15, 20, 30, but it was, and that's my rough experience. But on the retail side, payouts never went below 25%. And if you were at 25%, they were going to start moving your desk and computer closer to the elevator. You'd be, every month you'd come in and your computer setup would be closer to the elevator and then you're gone. 25% is the bottom, or it used to be. I don't know what it is anymore now that the numbers are so big. And you could go all the way to 65% payout. And if you're on a special payout deal, it could be higher, but usually over 45% was big producer land or a special deal. But so I don't know what that's on the financial side. In oil and gas, splits that are overrides or working interests, there's always 12 and a half, an eighth. There's always an eighth for royalty taken out. It's always exists. So then you got to layer on top of that for your finders, for your geologists, for your maybe for your team, for the financial types, the deal makers. So it's usually too much of a burden if you go above 25%. It gets to the point where that makes the whole project less attractive. Depends if you're in a bull market or not. So anyway, I think an eighth, 12.5% is too low. I also think 15% is too low for Railtown split, but maybe 17.5%, 20%, 22.5%, 25%, 27.5%, maybe even 32.5%. We just don't know. But for me, for my calculations, I settled on 20%. You can always do your own calculations. But the key thing for the story as it comes out, I don't think it's going to take very long. Even the intern is going to go, wait a minute. Wait. Who's paying for the data center? Well, that's TELUS. Who's paying for all that? I'm assuming all that television ads, if anybody does that anymore. Well, TELUS. Who's paying for all the mailings to? Well, that's TELUS. Who's paying for the upkeep of the data center and the what do you call those? The call centers. Well, that's TELUS. Well, who's paying for the NVIDIA chips? That's TELUS. Who's paying for, if it is Cohere, again, I pick them because they're Canadian. Who's paying for Cohere? Well, that's TELUS. So what's Railtown paying for? Well, they bought a nice dinner for the staff the other night, but all they pay for is keeping their product working and improving, but they're not paying anything to cause this aircraft carrier of data. It's more than a carrier. It seems like a whole battle group of running. It's all paid by TELUS. So even the youngest, newest, freshest employee at a hedge fund is going to go, wow, are you saying that Railtown, this is my guess, gets 20% of the revenue that goes through the top of that data center, and they don't have to pay anything? Wow, it's a hell of a deal. So I think what's going to happen to the stock price once people hear the story, and I don't think they have yet, the first time they'll hear about it is out of TELUS's own drumbeat. The second time they'll hear about it is when they do their research. They get the TELUS research saying this is an exciting new Who's Your Moose data center. they'll dig under it. They'll automatically pull out the prospectus and or the whatever information they have and see, okay, they're using Cohere. We already own Cohere. They're using NVIDIA. We got enough of that. They're using, Agent Gloria as their fluid system or whatever. I don't know. They'll go through every component in that data center and they'll make sure whether or not they should own that company, that supplier. But they're going to hear a name they haven't heard before. And it's Railtown. And they're going to say, well, wait a minute. That's the ADK. That's the frameworks. It's Rail Engine. The observability tools are Conductor. And it's rail tracks. And they're going to look at it and they'll go, wait, because they're learning too. They're going to look at it and say, that reminds me. That's kind of like what my buddies over at Sequoia told me about their investment in Line Chain. Michael, could you bring me that file? Let's look. And I believe they're going to say, wait a minute, Railtown's better. But one area where Railtown has a jump start, regardless of competition, in a country whose economy is as big as California, apparently. I haven't checked that out. I think it's smaller, but I'm just repeating what. Let's see how big that bloody economy is. California versus Canada. Which one would you rather have as a state? California versus Canada, GDP. California's economy is significantly larger than Canada's, with a GDP around 4.1 trillion. California ranks as the world's 5th largest economy, surpassing Canada at 2.2 trillion and placing just behind countries like Germany and Japan, while Canada typically ranks around 10th globally. Essentially, California's economic output is roughly double that of Canada, even though Canada has a larger land area and a comparable population. All right, let's ask that question differently. GDP from AI. California leads in the AI sector because of its concentration of tech giants and investment. However, they can't figure it out. California as the AI hub. California is considered the top U.S. state for AI, boasting the biggest tech players, NVIDIA, Googler, Appler, most jobs and massive computing power. Its tax revenues are already receiving a boost from the AI boom. The market capitalization of a single California-based AI chip maker, NVIDIA, is nearly double Canada's entire GDP. All right, Canada's potential. Canada has strong AI research centers, Toronto, Montreal, Edmonton, and is actively working on a national strategy to leverage AI. PwC, PricewaterhouseCoopers study estimated that aggressive AI adoption could boost Canada's overall GDP to 3.65 trillion by 2035, highlighting the potential future impact of the technology on its economy, but it's a projection. All right, I think Corey has maybe an inflated estimate of the size of Canada's, but anyway, it's number 10 in the world, the economy, and California's number 5. It's big. And so this data center is going to be cheaper, more efficient, newer, and empty when it comes online. And then you're going to have TELUS carrying the burden of switching their customers. You're going to have AIP Partners, which is still, I think, run by, well, I don't know who runs it, but it's owned by Railtown. And Dr. Tom Corr's on the board of Railtown. I don't know if he still runs AIP. But that business is going to transfer. And so you're going to have a big proof of concept going on with hundreds, if not thousands, if not 10,000 users in this data center, all running through Railtown. And analysts are going to see that, and they're going to see the revenue projections, and they're going, and buyers are going to buy. It's not happening yet. But my opinion, when that happens, it'll be first TELUS announcing something, or Railtown. Secondly, it'll probably be the research reports which come out regarding TELUS, but slowly there'll become a groundswell of, aha, wait a minute, what is this Railtown? And research reports will come out, the story, the buzz, oh, you better look at this. This is the one they're going to do. Again, these are my projections. They could be way off, but they could do 200 million, 250 million in revenue in 2028 or 2027. And remember, the discussion of the revenue in the future in a proper market, in a bull market, in an arms race market, that future revenues is going to be priced now. They'll put a discount on it, or in the case of AI, they put a multiple on it. Maybe the multiple is slightly different than another, but for the growth, it could be a high multiple. All of that's unknowable. But I tell you what, it's not a 40 or 50. Yahoo's valuation of the market cap of Railtown right now is probably less than what they paid for AIP. No, it's not. But let's see. It's close enough to make the joke. $35.93 market cap on Yahoo Finance. 35.93 market cap right here. Yahoo Finance. That means if you use a multiple on revenue of 35x, that means the market, in all of its wisdom, is predicting Railtown will do $1 million in annual recurring revenues by 2028. Or by next year, or by this year. Everybody has different metrics. At a 70 or 75x, like Langchain, it's predicting that Railtown's going to do under $500,000 in revenue on a recurring basis every 12 months by 2028. Because make no mistake about it, LangChain is being priced on future revenue, not current revenue. It's ridiculous. And for people to say that Railtown is properly priced when AIP has been bought and paid for, they have 400 million in revenue they could roll up, although I think that'll be on hold. They've got over 100 million, according to the interview, of revenue to transfer to the data center where they're going to get shared compute payout on that revenue. And then they've got TELUS referring, the CEO of TELUS on the third quarter call said that he expects his revenue to grow from 800 million for AI-enabled revenues, 800, not the entire company, just the AI revenues from AI-enabled services to clients, to grow from 800 million to 2 billion. I read that 2 billion is almost all coming from this new data center. But in the numbers I came up with, I used half of it. You can use whatever you want. But the story's not out there. You know the story. You got to stop believing the stock price. And you can't listen to people because, oh, well, I'm just trying to have a conversation. And he called me a liar and he's a dipshit. That's, you don't recognize it? They want to make it personal. Most human beings, once they say, oh, William doesn't like Tony, therefore everything William says is wrong, because that's personal. I don't care. I don't even know Tony. I'm sure he's delightful. He seems absolutely delightful. But his message is a threat to your account if you listen to it. Because when the story comes out, this is going to go up like a son of a... And that's what you'll be saying. You'll be saying, son of a beach ball. I should have bought that stock. I shouldn't have listened. I shouldn't have had my stop order, limit order at 25 cents. But it's not there yet. So what can you do? You can buy it. They can't buy it yet. So you have some information that we know about, some that I'm interpreting, and you can assume that I'm a complete idiot, washout, as one of these people said. She said or he said I'm a criminal, based on what I don't know. So you cannot listen. But look, it's not about me. Frankly, it's not about anybody out there. It's about what you want to do with your account. And all these other AI ideas, Cohere, OpenAI, Anthropic, it's a good old boy and girl network. They all scratch each other's back. You're not getting in. No one's giving you a phone call to see if you can buy Cohere when the company's worth 50 million, 35 million. I'm giving you the call telling you you can buy Railtown according to Yahoo. It's worth $35 million. If Microsoft bought, using Yahoo's numbers, if Microsoft bought Railtown at $350 million, that's 10 times, no, it's not 10 times. It's 5 times your money, right? No, it's 10 times your money. It's $35 million now in market cap, according to Yahoo. And if Microsoft paid $350 million for Railtown, about a third, maybe less, a quarter of what LangChain's valued at, you'd make 10 times on your money from here, according to Yahoo's numbers. you make 10 times on your money. And you hesitate and you try to buy it at 24 cents. And I'm telling you, you were invited into a financing of an AI stock that doesn't have to wait to prove its concept. It'll be proving its concept out of the gate. Doesn't have to wait for revenues. Revenues will be generated monthly, I think. That's how the billing cycle is. You don't have to wait very long for an exit either, because I think as the story gets out and as the revenues go up the ski slope backwards, I think Microsoft, maybe NVIDIA, maybe AMD. Remember, AMD's one of their partners. And maybe CSU, Constellation Software, but certainly maybe TELUS. Say, you know what, we got to go grab that technology. 2 reasons. There's 3 reasons they go do it. One is we want to grow our revenues. We want to go claim the beach. We want to add it to our suite. And because this is ramping so quickly, rather than spend 2 years developing a product ourselves, let's just buy one. And then they use the word frontier. Let's go to the next frontier, riding this paint, rather than having to go grow our own from our own herd of horses and wait for the horse to be born and trained and grow. It takes 2-3 years. Why don't we just buy somebody else's horse? We'll ride it, and then we'll go to the next frontier with that, and we'll add on to it. That's one reason. Jumpstart their own technology. 2 is to keep anybody else from getting it. A Microsoft isn't going to want a TELUS to own Railtown, because maybe, we don't know this yet. And so the boo birds out there are going to protect you from me. But we will know it. But by the time we know it, it'll be too late to buy the stock. So you have to make a leap. You have to make your own calculated judgment. But you could see a situation where Microsoft doesn't want to lose Canada as a market. I would argue it's, 2/3 the size of California, not the same. Corey tells me it's the same, so I don't know what metric he's using. But anyway, you get the point. Canada is a big place. It is a big market. And Microsoft wants to be there. Well, and Microsoft doesn't have an ADK the way Google does. Hyperscaler Google has its own ADK. Doesn't mean they won't buy others. Absolutely doesn't mean they won't buy others. And then AWS doesn't have its own ADK that, well, they probably all have different, they've probably bought little smatterings, but they actually use LangChain in some of their efforts. But it's not exclusive, and it doesn't mean it's going to last. They can use Railtown. But Microsoft doesn't really have that piece established yet. Of course, they could put money at it. Of course, they could just create something, but they could also buy Railtown. But TELUS might want to buy Railtown because TELUS wants to have that technology and essentially be the go-to data centers, plural, in Canada in the future. But Microsoft doesn't want to cede Canada, so that you might have a bidding war. And then, Oracle or somebody else comes in. But literally, if Microsoft or TELUS today were to offer and close on acquiring Railtown at $350 million, it's 10 times well, it'd be $360 million. It's 10 times the market cap that Yahoo ascribes to Railtown right now. Guys, it's these kinds of mispricings, if you act on them, that make you money. Soros didn't make $1 billion on the British pound shorting it because he looked at the value of the pound against the world's currencies, either knew or processed the fact that the IMF was going to bail out the UK. He didn't make his $1 billion looking at the price and saying, yeah, the market, yeah, they've got everything priced into that stock. He knows that most people are sheep. Most people are cows. They're all in a herd. They're all in a herd. That's how we are. So we look at it, we don't, but if you have the fortitude, if you have the ability to stand and look at this bloody crappy price and say, I'm going to get downright mean, I mean plum dog mean, because that's the only thing that's going to save me and keep me financially alive in this trade anyway, versus those bastards. And buy more. At least hold on to it. I would say, looking at the chart of Railtown, I showed it to you, I don't think you have to wait more than 2 or 3 weeks. And it could be any day. When it breaks out, it's going to snap back like a rubber band. And that chart was the Canadian price for Railtown. Let me just see where the high is on that for the last 12 months. The high, of course, it doesn't tell me. It just gives you useless. Well, there's a chart. I can look at the chart. Yeah, I think it'll go to 90, 85, 90 cents. It'll definitely go over 75 cents when it snaps back. And if you're chickened out of it, if you're fudded out of it, they win. I don't want them to win. I want you to win. I'd love it if I'll win somewhat, but I'd love it if I could buy it. I'd love it if I didn't lose, important people because of my recommendation. But I can't change. I can't control all that. The only thing I can control is to take the knowledge I have, act, but also don't act. Act in terms of buying and holding and adding, but don't act to the fear and all that, because we're all geared to run with the herd, to flee. That's what you're being tested with. Now, people will say, yeah, but you said that about pick a stock. I don't know that I said it about many of them. I didn't have this conviction when I talked about logic, for example. But I this guy from the Amex, he's a bit older than I am, and I way high up, and I thought, wow, this guy knows what he's talking about. But he didn't. And it's not because he's stupid or he's a bad guy or dishonest. It's because honorable people work on Wall Street. They dedicate their careers to Wall Street. They don't understand that a group of marauders have taken over the market with the help of law firms and lobbying firms. They don't realize it. You do. So you don't have to sell out. You can buy more. Anyway, where we are right now is 17,069,000 shares. 17 million. Can you believe that? Of Railtown? 17 million. Okay, I'm gonna go through your comments. Julius, by the time it goes up, I'm gonna have 5 listeners. That's all right. I'll still come on. What an experience. Let me just see where Kyle Tucker is going. Rockies claim Keegan Thompson. It's breaking news. Clubs claim Ryan Rollison. I thought there was a trade. Oh, here it is. Cubs Marlins closing in on a Edward Cabrera trade. Wow. The Cubs and the Marlins are nearing an agreement on a trade sending righty Edward Cabrera from Miami to Chicago. Reported by Bleacher Nation's Mike Sarami. No agreement is firmly in place yet. ESPN's Jesse Rogers reports that it'll be a package headlined by position player prospects if completed. Top outfield prospect Owen Casey has been a target of the Marlins. That's good. He'll get playing time. All right. I just wanted to check on that. Okay. Sam G. Q1 results will be presented Feb 28. Revenue, do I think? Well, I do think there's probably revenue, but I think it's probably, for our purposes, I think it's small. But, it'll keep the lights on and it'll keep the wolves from the door. But here's where I think the revenue will be, Sam. I think they'll get that network of companies that they just bought. I can't imagine that 200 companies pay a whole, huge amounts to be in that network. Maybe 100 grand, well, maybe 10 grand. I don't think it's over 2 million, 2.5 million in revenue, 3 million. Let's just say it's 2 million in revenue. Well, it'd be easier, 2.4 million in revenue from that network. That means you might see 600,000 in revenue for their first quarter. But I don't know when the AIP deal closed. It closed during that quarter. So I wouldn't expect that there's going to be huge revenue from AIP's acquisition in Railtown's first quarter. Maybe 200 grand. And then I'm talking before costs, before accounting adjustments. Maybe I should say just top line revenue. And then I think you could see they do have users. There are developers going to their site, downloading. They have these mock-offs. People are, God, I hate what they do to the English language, onboarding Railtown. People are using it. So you might see some revenue in their first quarter. but I think it's going to be small. So I wouldn't expect you to, if I had to guess, they won't have more than $250,000 in revenue for their first quarter. You know, maybe it's $400,000, but I think that's going to be high. But what you might see is a management discussion, or not. They put out pretty. There's not much information in their releases, but it's accurate. No, I think, Sam, the key to this story is TELUS, TELUS, TELUS. It is, once TELUS comes out and says, hey, we opened our Mooski data center for business, then Dr. Tom Core can start moving his network companies' annual spend to other hyperscalers. He can start getting them, herding them to the TELUS data center, where, remember, he owns a lot of shares of Railtown now, where, in my estimate, Railtown will get 20% of that revenue. It could be less, it could be more. It could be, we could be talking 150 million, we could be talking 200 million in revenue that's projectable to come over. But initially, he'll probably call the companies he has the best relationship with. He'll probably call the 5 or 6 companies that he's already ready to roll up that have big revenue and have big spends. So AIP's data center spend moving over to TELUS revenue starts the day TELUS opens its data center for business. And I think that's going to be, look, it could happen in January, but you got to figure, up in Canada, everybody's still at vacation. So it'll be next week soonest. But next week, the TELUS people have to come out and make an announcement that they're helping women in the outback of Australia learn how to wear mini skirts and start OnlyFans accounts so they can join the Western world in the empowerment of women, or something. You know, they got public service things to do. So I don't think it'll be next week in January. I think there'll be a backlog of community service announcements that TELUS has to make, that in their wisdom they give equal weight to business. But I might being a jerk, you know, obviously people find out I'm a jerk and that's it. But it could just be that TELUS doesn't want to announce anything until they put the Railtown software, I know that's not the right word, through its paces. And maybe that's what's going on. Maybe the vacation interrupted testing Railtown software. It's possible. And everybody gets back to work next week, not this week. And then they all try to make Railtown software fail. They come up with all sorts of tests. They ramp up the NVIDIA computers and they try to jam data in, and they turn off the 1/4 of the data center as if there were a fire there. They just put it through the paces. Maybe that's what's going on. But after TELUS decides that they're going to, because TELUS needs to make money too. They need to generate revenue. They've got massive investments in these 2 to 4 data centers. And they got to get to it. They're on a quarterly, just like everyone else in the world. They want, I believe, first quarter results from this data center. It won't be a full quarter, but they want them, boy. They want to get it started. So I think you're not going to see revenue that means anything to us until the Telus data center is opened. But what I believe, and the reason I think the stock price is wrong, is you heard it today, and yesterday. Scalability, 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 compute power, compute power. This data center is all about maximum compute power. It's about lowering the costs and the efficiencies given by NVIDIA and hydropower. And I still have that 52.5 for sale. I think people are going to transfer to this data center almost like it'll maybe slow for a week or two, but it'll be like a stampede. And the great secret power here that the data center has and NVIDIA has given to the TELUS, but also that Railtown has, they can scale like a mofo. They can go from 0 to 10 million users or more. I just making up the number. There's no limit. They can accept as many users as want to sign up without additional costs, and hopefully without the data center or any kind of breakdown in Railtown's. That's the one big risk here is execution. If for some reason Railtown software, ran and then all of a sudden went, that wouldn't be so great. But there's no indication of that. And it's certainly not in Corey's voice. So anyway, Sam, I think we have to just get ready that this week, next week, these guys are going to keep pushing their bets. And that's why I get so worked up when somebody gives the CEO the advice to talk to the shorts. Oh, he's not a short. Oh, he's going to call me short. We got to come up with a different name. They're all part of the attack. Well, then they know, they being the people doing this heaviness on the stock price, they know they got time for one more day. And it's all about one more day. A grand a day keeps your wife's boyfriend away. Jeremy Simmons, relax, dude. Okay, thank you for the advice. Dark Pool Diaries. Oh, not again. Who's this? Now you say you're going to give it 90 days. Every day you begrudgingly prove that Tony D's timeline in DD was correct. Makes more sense that I don't care about the guy. I don't know the guy. Probably if I met him, I wouldn't like him. You're right. But let me just show you something. It's such a... You make comments as if they're truthful. I've just got to find it. Of course, there's one. There's two. There's three. I don't know. Such a pain in the ass to do this. But let's just go through it, Dark Pool Diaries. Whoa, you've got a lot of files. Okay, let's take this one down. And I guess I'll just take this one down and this one down. And all right. So I did, let's just take them all down and start over again. Okay. I've always got to back up what I'm saying, because if I don't, pleasant people like you are going to accuse me no wonder you don't like him. No wonder. You just prove his due diligence was correct. No wonder you don't like him. I don't I don't feel one way or the other about him. What I hate is the combined message you give to investors. And then they don't make money. They lose money. That doesn't bother you. But it bothers me. So let's do these in order. I can't read them, so we'll see which one comes up. Here he's making fun of me. Will the Railtown AIP acquisition ever close, creating FUD? Deeper DD on how it gets done. Plus some chat about how stock promoters manipulate retail traders to avoid DD discussion. So he just wants to have he's just asking the questions. I don't know. I don't think his motives are good. But let's take that one down. Here's one of my favorites. I do my own independent analysis on Railtown. So it's refreshing to see this article mirror many of my observations. These are all standard risk things over the last 5 months on this speculative Canadian AI play. He's trying to create two things. One is uncertainty, but he wants to be on the good side, so he has access to information. And secondly, he wants to be your friend. But what's going to happen if you follow this, you're going to treat it like a trade. You'll either get out with a loss, or as soon as you have it in the green, you're gone, and you're going to miss out. A great article summing up what has transpired to date, what to watch for next, and risks to consider. Well, he only gives you the risks. And I guess the watch for next. I've given you article after article about Railtown. Okay, for the last 6 months, I've had to listen to dipshits telling me daily, well, why? I never call him. I don't even go on X, except rarely. I was wrong for working for the shorts for simple using common sense. Like, I don't have any common sense. Reading the filings. I've read every single one. I've shared them with you. Watching the chart. Watching the chart. He's trying to make it a trading stock and making some reasonable assumptions. Well, to him, they all end up on making you wait, cautious, see the stock as just any other stock. That's fine. If you want to follow him, follow him. Saying wait for a good entry point on Railtown. Check this out, what he says here. Has he been saying that? I downloaded everything that he has out there. I never saw him make a predictive wait for a good entry point. Normal YouTube hype from folks saying a 68 no revenue stock was going to 55. That's not my complete statement. But yes, I did say, and unfortunately, it had the stock went down to these levels now, but the story's not over. I did stay, and I stand by my statement that this stock can go to $55. But I also made it clear, the higher the number, the more variability. And now I have to add, after I talked to Corey, that the company's probably going to be sold before it gets to 55, unless there's a bidding war. So to get that kind of return, you might have to sit in the new stock. I don't know. Called me stupid for saying be careful. I never saw him. See, he's putting a spin on it. I get upset with people like yourself, Dark Pool, for creating fear, uncertainty, and doubt. There's no reason. I've never said don't be careful. I've never said that. And then he highlights the high on the stock. Now the stock is down 63%. He doesn't point out that it traded there maybe one day. It's not down 63%. It's down 10, 15, 20, 25%, 30%, maybe 35% for most people. So this is, you tell me this is good due diligence and he's right? I think it's a misrepresentation. And it's all about creating fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And finally, in a good accumulate zone. Really? He's calling the bottom? When he put this out, by the way, the stock I think was 30 cents or 28 cents. We'd have to check the timing. So he didn't call the bottom. Story sound familiar? Patience and reasonable analysis minimizes your hold risk. What the hell does that mean? What the hell does that mean? That you have to, that your job is to make sure you buy the stock at the bottom? That's insane investment advice. Now is the time to look at proper position sizing for a speculative bet on a future revenue report. He's wrong about that. He's wrong about that. If you wait for revenue to be booked and reported, you're going to miss the move. Sorry for using the word dipshit, but I don't have the ability to delete it. So I'm not really sorry. When some promoter who was wrong, I'm wrong, I'm not wrong yet, insults you every day. I haven't insulted him for every day for 6 months. But I haven't, I don't think this is a smart man, or he's in on the sting operation, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. That's my opinion. Other people are going to say, well, Tony is reasonable. And then here, I had a chance to chat with Corey Brandolini, CEO Railtown, for 90 minutes. But I still like my DD. He's talking to the guy that spent 6 years building it. Spent his entire adult life building software, but Tony likes his own DD. Buy when it's cheap. You are early. Same as 6 months ago. You just didn't know. I didn't know. He didn't know either. I'll show you here in a minute. He didn't know that it was the bottom. If you believe in AI, this is an interesting speculative bet on a sovereign Canadian AI play as part of your hopefully well-diversified portfolio. Well, if you're rich, diversify if you want to. But to use that example again, when George Soros saw an opportunity in the pound, he didn't spread his bet across the lira and the zloty and the real and the Ugandan dollar. He put it all basically on the pound. You have to concentrate your investment if you want to outperform. But that's a different opinion. You can stay miserable the rest of your life. Management team has a proven track record of develop. You didn't hear that from me? It's in every presentation. It's in every website, everything I've talked about. But he's being reasonable. Core products are now commercialized and scalable. He's not letting you know that this can scale like a son of a bitch. He just makes it something, oh, I told you about it. TELUS partnership is in place for potential future revenue. It's not potential. It's going to come on like a gangbusters. You think this is honest? He just talked to Corey. It pisses me off, obviously. So now patience. If you think in terms of 2 years, you'll be in the right frame of mind to allow things to develop along their natural course. No, you'll be wrong. I happen to agree with them. Once you're in it, you should say, this is going to be 9 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, 36 months. But I've said that all along. But in my opinion, if you don't get in early, you can miss. But nobody knew. I don't think anybody knew. Maybe he did because he talks to Corey, that the TELUS process was going to take this long. But it's taking this long because it's good. But then he discloses he's long. He says it's not likely going to happen fast. But things should progress with the results you can see along the way. Guys, you're going to be standing at your train stop while this is the middle train passing you by if you follow this advice. I don't think this is given to you with good intent. I think this is meant to keep you on the sidelines, keep you thinking that Railtown is just like any other stock, diversify across. But if you want to follow it, I'm showing it. And then he says he's long. Well, let's see what I have here about that. I hope I have it here. I may not. Here, added to my existing long Railtown position. Sorry for the down tick on the day. That was me. Of course it was. Limit buy for the day. That if he had a buy-in, he didn't make the stock go down. But whatever. He doesn't. He talks. Anyway, you guys can listen to him if you want. It's all hogwash to me. Sorry for the downtick on the day. That was me. No, it wasn't. Someone sold the stock to you. That was the downtick. Limit buy for the day filled right before market close. Don't copy my trades on speculative OTC tickers. Of course it's speculative. But I look, when you have information, you act. Do your own due deed. But look at the yellow. Can you see it? I don't know if you can. That's 48 cents. And you're telling me, Dark Pool's Diary, that he was right? He bought it at 48 cents. He's an idiot just like the rest of us. He doesn't know anything about short-term trading, what the stock does next week. You're buying Railtown for the value of Railtown. Nobody can predict what is going to happen. You do know when there's a, damn it, it's the same story, Dark Pool. It's the same story. There's no buying. There's no market price discovery. And there's this walk down on the stock, which I think this guy, if Tony's not in on it, he certainly mouths, he talks the talk, walks the walk, squawks the squawk of helping them out. So he's either in on it with them or he's an idiot. And I feel safe to say he probably is an idiot. To the surprise of no one actually paying attention to the financial statements, dude, it's incredible to me. This is FUD. It's so basic. He should go teach a college course at a community college. It's irrelevant. But I certainly pay a lot of attention to all the disclosures, all the information I can find. But he's morally superior. He's implying I don't look. Of course, I've showed him to everybody. Penny stock being promoted on some social media accounts. Railtown announces a dilutive private placement. Well, that wasn't true. I guess you can argue, what does dilutive mean? But only an idiot would say this was a dilutive private placement. But he's an idiot. He's comfortable with it. Tucked into look, this is creating fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Tucked into the very last line of a PR press release about a different topic. He's presenting Railtown as a bunch of scheming bastards, hiding that they raised some money. Railtown has a going concern. They all do. They all do. That's what lawyers put in prospectuses. But of course, it applies to Railtown. I showed it to everyone. It's an understood risk of startups. It's understood. But in the case of Railtown, they don't overspend. They don't have high salaries. They don't squander money. And actually, they've got plenty of cash. They might have to eat bologna sandwiches and rice for a while, but they've got plenty of cash. And then here, further dilution should be expected in the future as the company has insufficient income to cover expenses. This was 100% FUD, and it was also entirely wrong. It's entirely wrong. Details. Railtown would like to announce a strategic investment via private placement of 1.2 million units at 50 cents, raising $600,000, common and warrant. That only goes out 18 months. It's not a warrant that sets up the punishing kill. Let me just see what else this said. Yeah, I mean, this is interpreting everything negatively, and he wants to come across. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's not making his money long, I'll tell you that. Not in my opinion. When you hear a Railtown stock promoter, I'm not a Railtown stock promoter. I'm not being paid. I haven't made any money. I've lost clients. I've lost relationships. The reason I keep doing this is because I'm going to see it through. I feel like it's an obligation, but I also believe in the stock. I'd tell you, this guy, if you listen to him, what are you listening to? What's his advice? He criticizes me, and you say I don't like him? He's wrong in his, oh God. When you hear a Railtown stock promoter, me, attempt to manipulate people saying if you get out today at these low prices, you may not be able to get back in. That is one sentence out of 3 hours of talking. What I said there, I didn't say at these low prices. Of course, you know, it's been so long. I didn't say you may not be able to get back in, but I might have, look, when the price was low and is today, if you get out at 25 cents, as soon as TELUS or somebody or a research report, this thing breaks through technically on the chart, and this guy knows it, this dipshit, dipsy-do, whatever his call letter is, it's going to snap back up 50 cents in 2 days. But he did correctly point out that I said may. I didn't say won't. And that's the key. As long as the printing presses of security entitlements continue, you'll be able to get in and out all you want. But there's 2 reasons you might not be able to get back in. The stock price goes back up. He left that off. So you might not be able to get back in at these prices. But he left that off. Why does he leave it off? Because his intention is to create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. This is the same pattern as all the bashers. He is a basher, which by definition means he works for the shorts. And then this asshole joins in. Well, it's Railtown. That's the closest they could come to naming a company Bend Over. Guys, everybody comes in. They come from all directions. That's why we got to get out of the over-the-counter markets. And then he, after he does his damage, he comes in. Oh, I actually like the company and the product. He calls it a product. Just waiting to see how this AIP acquisition is structured. Assuming it goes through. He gets the doubt in. Still, to tell someone, quote, you won't be able to get back in, that's, look, from the low prices, the only thing I would have meant and do mean is you may not be able to reestablish your position at the price levels you got out. Well, looking back, you have perfect vision, and you can say, well, yeah, you could have sold. When Tony bought at 48 cents, you could have sold there and be buying it back now at 26 cents. With hindsight, that's okay. But the other thing is that he's leaving out, I was talking about as the stock goes up, and when big institutions and small institutions come in to buy, it is my opinion, it's not a guarantee, but if Mavericks Ventures or Omers or Fidelity AI Fund looks at this and they want to own 10% of the company, they have to buy 20 million shares. There's only 27 million shares held at the DTC. 27 million shares held at the DTC. Everything else is out of the system, according to OTC Markets. That's where I got that number this weekend. In other words, everything else is mimeographed, rehypothecated, security entitlements as they drive the stock price down. illegally, but definitely. If the stock goes up and some of these players get burned and they move on to another place where the graping is easier, they'll move on. And Tony will start talking about AME or GMC, his favorite stock. But when the stock goes up, in my judgment, let's say the stock goes to the cutoff point for retirement accounts. Maybe it's $2 or $3 in Canada. And let's say the TELUS deal has been fully fleshed out in public. And let's say that Mavericks Ventures decides they want to commit $50 million of their portfolio, 10% or more of their Mavericks 2 portfolio to Railtown, because John Ruffalo established AIP Partners. Why wouldn't he want to have it in his portfolio? It's not guaranteed. He's got to go through his committee and it's got to meet their parameters. But let's say he comes in and he says, all right, at $3, $4, whatever the stock, whatever the cutoff that allows him to buy, $2, he puts in an order to buy 10% up to 22 million shares of the company in the open market. He puts that order in up to $5 a share. He may not get it all off, but every stock he buys is going to go in it. Every share he buys is going to go in his portfolio. I mean, if he believes the system is square, maybe he'll leave it with the DTC, and you guys can continue to hypothecate and expand it. But it's going to come out of technically, I mean, technically it'll be in the float, but it's going to come out of available shares in the float because he's not buying it to day trade it. And if he's serious about getting his position to 10% of the company, it could go to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, $15 a share. And if you got out, not only might you not be able to get back in at those prices, so you won't be able to rebuild your position, even if you have a big checkbook, you may not be able to reestablish your large position at those higher levels because 1 or 2 institutions took stock off the market. Now, it still depends on the willingness of the criminalized system to mimeograph new security entitlements. My opinion, they won't have that line of credit at the prime broker anymore. So that's why I say may. But he makes it sound like I'm wildly promoting something. This is intentional on his part. He works with the bashers. To me, he works with the shorts. You still to tell someone you won't be able to get back in. See up here, he says you may not be able to get back in. And his, I think, mendacious scheme at fudding, he changes it to you won't be able to get back in. I never said that's definitively true. And I just explained. If you sell something at its lows, unless you have a lot of money, you're probably not going to reestablish your position as it goes up. And I just explained, if institutional buying comes in and the stock therefore goes up, I don't think the mimeographers, the day traders, the coordinated attack is going to last. And you may not be able to buy your position back simply because stock no longer is available in the free float. But he won't understand that. But to tell someone you won't be able to get back in, which I didn't say, that's an outright misrepresentation of what I said. Could I say it's a lie? I won't. Seems like a dangerously false statement. No, this is a false statement. And this happened back in June. This happened back in June. Especially when showing them a whiteboard today saying the stock, a 55-cent ticker, is going, I never said it's going to 179. I never said that. You know what he misrepresented? I showed it to you guys. I was showing this ticker, this daily, I was showing these daily numbers, but I was also putting down the number of shareholders. And at that time, the number of shareholders was 179 shareholders. And I wrote it that way. I wrote 179 holders. I don't, maybe that day I just wrote 179, but every day people knew what I was doing. This is a falsehood. I never said it was going to 179. And you guys think I'm wrong in calling this guy out? Won't have a chance to get back in, huh? He misstates what I said, and then he ridicules me with his own question to make himself look smart. Guys, I don't know. I really don't know. I think there's one more from this guy. Yeah. This is Platinum Blonde in the comments section to that last one. My thought is, quote, what would prevent me from getting back in? Maybe because you don't have a penis? What would prevent me from getting back in? Like, how does that make any sense? Well, I just explained it to you. Right now, there seems to be an unlimited amount of stock being made available by computer program selling. That may change as the stock goes up and losses occur. It may not. They still do it with AME and GMC, Tony's favorites. But it also could be, as, let's say, Mavericks funds or Omer's Ventures or Constellation Software decide to take meaningful positions in the public market on Railtown. That stock's no longer in, I mean, it'll be reported as being in the float, but it's not really in the free float anymore. So you may not have, the stock may go from trading, it shows an average here of 189,000 shares a day, most of it fake. It may go down to trading 15,000 shares a day when the stock goes up. And so I stand by my statement. But this chick is part of his team probably, but she's not that bright. When does she do her thinking? When does she do her thinking? She calls herself Platinum? Come on. Well, maybe she's talking about the metal, I don't know, instead of her hair color. And then Tony, your hero, goes, I know, right? Guys, I'm just, now I've entered into evidence why I say that he works. Now, here's where your Here's where your misrepresentation comes in. Dark pool diarrhea. Now you say you're going to give it the 90 days. Let me be clear for everyone that I'm being misrepresented. I think I just took this chart down, but let me see if I have one here. Yeah, there's one. Let me be clear about this. This is a bullish pattern, technically. They are pulling the rubber band as far as it can stretch because they know after the CEO talked to them that nothing is happening last week, the week before, or this week, or even next week. So they keep pressing the bet because $1,000 a day pays the bills and they can move trades. But this chart is telling you this rubber band is about to snap back. Now, it could still go down. It could still go down for another week. It still could go down for 3 weeks. As long as it stays essentially inside of these two lines, this is coiling. This is ready to snap back. And you see those green dots I wrote there? One way of measuring it, it's just one way. I don't know if it always works. But from the top line, where it actually starts probably further back than where I drew it, but you can count 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes or 3.5 boxes. But you can assume that this isn't going to break out tomorrow, and it may not break out next week. But when it breaks out, one thing to do is from the breakout, count 3.5, 4 boxes. It's just one rule of thumb. So you count 1, 2, 3, 4 takes you to 80 cents Canadian. 3.5 takes you to where I drew the green arrow. 3.5 takes you to 75 cents. Now, if you sell it down here and it suddenly breaks through there, this move upward will probably occur in 2 or 3 days or less. It'll snap back. But the thing is, what this dark pool diarrhea guy knows that you don't know is the computers are set up to trade in these ranges. They're set up that way. And once it gets out of the parameters, they'll back off. They'll back off on their scheme and let it snap back up. And then they'll try to do it again. Just like they did, you can see in the middle of this chart, they stepped away as it broke up. Probably, I can't see the volumes. And they let it run back up. So they had some losses. But then they start the sting operation again. And then when the guys on Reddit put out the rumor that the company was announcing the buyout or whatever the hell they did, it ran up. They they stepped away, but they keep testing it. And then we've now had this, like I say, 3.5, 4 blocks of time where it's been just steadily downward. But it's all in this, it's all in these parameters. They can afford to let it break the parameters, and they will. And then they can keep trying to make money. They're not going to go away. They're going to continue doing this. They can do it from higher numbers, but they're going to continue. But it's the stock price is wrong. As long as the company is not issuing new shares pell-mell, as long as the company is not signing toxic notes, or deals, which it isn't, they're going to try. I bet Canaccord's going to have a client call Canaccord and say, you know what, we'll give the company $10 million at 30 cents. There's always that risk. I don't think Corey will take it. I don't think he'd take anything. But they know they can work with Canaccord. That's why they drive it down. All right, the stock closed at 25.5 cents. Anyway. Now you say you're going to give it the 90 days. No, I think you should give it 6 months. You should give it 6 months at a minimum. And if you want to follow Tony, give it 2 years in your mind. But you better already own the stock. When I say give it 6 months, I'm trying to reduce it to the worst thing that could possibly happen. The worst thing that could possibly happen, other than the data center blows up or Railtown falls on its face as soon as they turn it on. These are things we have to get by, execution risk. But the worst possible thing I see is there's no research. Any filings are just short on information. And the first quarter, our first quarter, the earnings report doesn't say much. So we have to wait for our second quarter's earnings report to come out, which is basically May 15th. So that's June 1. That's 6 months, 5.5 months. That's the worst scenario. But all of the surprises, I contend, are going to be to the upside. And when it breaks out of that pattern, it's going to snap back like nobody's business. Now, I'm not saying it's going to break through the highs. I'm just saying it's going to go up 50 cents, 45 cents in a matter of a day or two, approximately. And I think that could happen this week or next. But you're trying to make me out to be some sort of seer, some sort of person that can call the stock. I've already proven I can't do that. I've never claimed to be able to do it. I'm willing to make projections, but nobody can pick where the stock's going to be tomorrow or next week. And I do not want people dark pool diarrhea. I do not want people to buy this to day trade it. You're trying to turn it into the measurement of success is how you do day trading this. Just from the jump, I've said do not day trade this. So you can measure yourself, but you never trade it on the long side. You just always sell, sell, sell. Every day you begrudgingly prove that Tony D's timeline and DD is correct. Well, I just went through to show you he's completely wrong. And there's nothing begrudging. Every now and then, one of his hackneyed bumper sticker pieces of advice, if you want me to go through, well, that's like telling an adult that they should wash their hands after they take a crap. I can do it every girl I see. Now, do you know you should wash your hands after you go to the bathroom because you could spread disease. I think I can assume most people understand some of these picayune risks. They're real risks, but presenting them over and over again is picayune. makes more and more sense why you don't like. I don't care about the guy. I really don't care about the guy. It's the message I care about. I hate this combined attack, and they come from all directions. And I have fear, even to the point of putting it in the writing to the company. I have fear that CEOs are going to fall for this crap. And then the next thing, that kind of person introduces a client that goes through Canaccord, and all of a sudden you got a financing, and it doesn't matter how good the story is, it's destroyed on a per share basis. I have a fear of that. But after talking to Corey, I don't think that he's an asshole like I am. I think he's a gentleman, and he's not going to call it as it is. He's not going to outright say that kind of activity happens in the market. But I do think he's aware of it. He said it's difficult to get a proper valuation in the junior markets. That was his euphemism for what you guys do. But I hope to hell he doesn't do, I don't believe he's going to need to do it. I don't think he will. But he said, he's been writing code from the time of the personal computer. He and his team, they've created 6 software companies or work within as they created software companies. 5 of them had a merger and acquisition exit. 1 didn't. It was a Dropbox kind of company. He said he's going to send me the article. Goldman Sachs, I think, wrote it up, but he never did. But the reason that one didn't exit, they were too soon. So there's a risk of being too soon. He said there's no additional cost on one sale as it grows to 1,000 customers to 10,000 to 1 million. It could even go to 1 billion, and there's no additional cost. I can't find the quote, but I think it was something like, it's very difficult to be properly valued in the junior markets. Gosh. Oh, here it is. He said, it's difficult to get true valuations in junior markets. But he said, all you got to focus on is the value of your IP, which is what I'm trying to get everybody to focus on, is the value of the company, not day-to-day trading. Tony and you want to get everybody focused on how to judge your investment is whether you got in at the right price. I just think getting in and being there for when Wall Street, Bay Street, the city has their aha moment, you're not going to care whether you paid 24 cents or 48 cents. Personally, he paid 48 cents. I'm fine with that. It's a good price he paid. But don't tell me he was right. Hawaii, waiting for more funds to settle. I know. I wish I had money. I wish I had the, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but I don't. I'm grateful. Grateful for what I have. Sorry for yawning. Just looking for, there it is. Okay, I want to write this down. Go RT. Thank you, Hawaii. Added a tiny, I love it. Eric, I love it. That's what you do. That's fantastic. 282 shares. I think it's great. I think it's great. Wow, 0.355. The key here is every other company, from Jeremy Frommer to Brent Sun to even that guy Peter from MMAT. Every other company, I don't know if he fought his board, but every other company, when Canaccord or the criminals come through Canaccord, after they've driven it down from, they blame me for driving it down from its highs. I argue the stock belongs higher. It was 38 cents a year ago. You didn't know about AIP, you didn't know about TELUS. And it should be lower. It's lower because they've walked it down and they take the time to tell the shorts that, hey, nothing's going on. Nothing will be going on for at least a month. So the shorts know they can keep the pressure on. And when I get upset, this guy says it's because I don't like Tony. I don't give a shit about Tony one way or the other. I really don't. It's not even his real name. So anyway, good for you on the 288. 288 goes to $10. You can Ken Martin. Wow, the spread is now a solid 2 cents. Something is up. Well, now the spread is 25 cents to 29. That's after market. They do that. They move it away because they don't, essentially their book is settled and they don't want to have any surprises. But I don't know, Kenneth, what your point of view on it is. I think they're pressing as much as they can to just make another grand, another $2,000, another $5,000, another 500, and maybe buy time to move the trades. I also, it's just they have one playbook. It didn't work to bust. That's what Tony was, going on about. If the deal closes, if it closes at all, they want to bust deals that are announced. I've gone through it before. That didn't happen. And then they want, with their buddies at Canaccord, to expand the amount of shares in the float for real by financings, but also the amount of shares out in the market by selling a bunch of worthless securities entitlements. But the whole banking system now is fractional reserve. That's what it is. It's not going to change. That's why we're bombing Venezuela and going after Iran and Russia. We want to bring $90 trillion worth of Russian assets into the Western banking system. We want to bring, via Exxon and Chevron, we want to bring $20 trillion worth of oil from Venezuela into the Western banking system. We want regime change in Iran. I don't believe the reserves are as big as they say, but Iran, I think, has the world's third largest, the Middle East's third largest oil reserves. top 5 anyway in the world. We want to bring those reserves via loans to a new regime into the Western banking system to support all this fractional reserve crap. Every day you have, I wish I had a different personality, because you deal with idiots like diarrheas, and you got to explain it over and over and over and over again. But the flip side of this is how I see it. The company didn't do a toxic deal. They could always do it. I can't control it. But they did not do a toxic deal with Canaccord. They are not selling stock down here. They run a lean machine. Corey was smart enough to do financings a year and a half, 2 years ago, where the warrants are expiring now. So money is going to come into the company, and I've shown you that. That's in the filings that Tony says he read, but he doesn't show that to anybody. They have enough money to make it to the revenue stream coming out of the TELUS deal. They have it. Doesn't mean they won't get seduced into signing some paperwork that puts them on the treadmill for the rest of their lives. Doesn't mean, but I don't think they will. They haven't done it yet. And I don't think they're going to do it now. So anyway, I think, Kenneth, the spread of 2 cents is showing you that at some point here, it could be tomorrow. I hope not. I hope people get their money in and buy more. But it could be 2 weeks. I don't know. The chart doesn't tell you when it exactly is going to turn. But I will tell you this, that chart is telling you the stock is going to do that. It will snap out of there, and it'll go to 70 cents. And it might go to 80 cents. And if it has enough momentum, it could go higher. But if you're a day trader, you're going to love it. But I don't think you should day trade the stock. I don't think you should risk being out of the stock. But I'm a believer in the story. Tony is not really a believer. He pretends to be. But you can follow him. I've given him a lot of airtime, his views. You can follow him. But I don't see any evidence that he was right. Next strip is 353. Finger is $1.27. Genius is 67 cents. GDC is 444. And that was a hell of a buy at 750, 780. I mean, the headline said it was worth $22. Guys, it's just over and over. If you don't want to escape it, don't. I want to escape it. I want to escape it. Hey, red penny rocket. Jason Harbison, we're all still here with you, holding. Good. Hold for yourself. You don't have to do it for me. Eric Belanger, Kevin O'Leary has a projection of building, or a project of building, the largest AI compute data center park on Earth. Wow, 70 billion in Alberta. In Alberta. Maybe that's what Corey meant, is maybe Canada is going to build its data center capacity, its compute capacity, to the equivalent of California. That might be what he meant. But he said it was the same. I don't see that. They would make a choice, you guys would make a choice, 51st state. Kevin O'Leary. Project of building the largest AI compute park on Earth. But did you hear that guy from Lumina? I just played for you. Did you hear him say, I'm trying to remember the multiples. I wrote down, he said at his company, oh yeah, they triple the it's the open AI guy. They triple their compute every year and triple their revenues every year. But everybody that you listen today, there's not going to be enough data centers in the world. I guess the next thing will be to downsize either, some breakthrough technology. Maybe it's all in our consciousness and we can do it anyway. I don't know. But my point is, even if they build that one, they'll want to build more. It's like adding lanes to highways. You go from 2 lanes to 3 to 4, and traffic is still bad. Hey, Giuseppe, William, still tuned in and still holding, just checking in. Bravo. Barely Social Gator, another fudster, still holding in there for 24 cents. We're almost there. Bravo if you get it. But what? You're going to feel, I don't know. I think you're a day trader and it doesn't matter to you. But if you're a serious investor in Railtown, if you're trying to bet, I think it was 10,000, 20,000 shares at 24 cents. And if, lo and behold, tonight, Thales announces they're going to do their razzmatazz, and they're going to have the cheerleaders from Canada's international curling championships come out and host an opening party for the data center. The stock could be 65 cents in 2 days. And you're going to be sitting there, well, I missed it. I think it's insane. But hey, that's what makes a market. It's what makes a market. Okay, so now you're showing your stripes. William, this is an extremely speculative trade and should be treated as such. Sub 1 penny stocks are not investments. You're doing your viewers a disservice by ignoring that fact. That's not a fact. That's not a fact. What is truthful is probably saying something like most stocks under $1 are going to be destroyed by people that work by Barely Social Gator. But you're totally wrong. You're totally wrong. And you emphasize that it's extremely speculative. What are you basing that on? Just the price of the stock? See, you young whippersnappers, cowboys, It's all about the charts. You know, when the market changes, you're going to be driving taxi cabs, except they're going to be self-driving. You know, that's the thing that I get out of this AI. Hillary Clinton says the future is female, and some of the backlash against that you hear is, well, how are they going to do all the jobs? They're not going to have to. Robots will do it. So you're not going to have a job. This is a research company. I don't even know your name. This is written by Vanakadada Amapadida Kandada Rapa Rumpa Rumpa Tanta. What is it? Venkata Velagapundi, a certified financial analyst. Dated July 2nd, 2024. Speculative buy. $2 target. This is before TELUS. You're such. I really think it's disgusting what you do. You don't know what you're talking about, and you come in here to scare people, and you should be ashamed of yourself. There is a risk, and that's why the stock is down. I just don't think it should be at this price. But there is a risk that I perceive going on right now, other than you jerks. The risk is, my printer doesn't work anymore. And there'd be so many news stories to go through. But TELUS opened their data center May of last year, June maybe. They have 3 customers. One is a healthcare company. One's you can look it up, but you don't care. You don't do any work. Those 3 companies, they're not competition to Railtown, but they by having those 3 companies, TELUS is able to test run, obviously, its data center. So are you saying that the data center is extremely speculative? It's got state-of-the-art NVIDIA processors, doubled up, so it can expand. It can expand usership immediately. It can go from, that data center can go from 1,000 signups an hour, 100 signups an hour, to 10,000 signups an hour, to 1 million signups without missing a beat because of NVIDIA and maybe Cohere. So you're not saying, I guess you're not saying that the data center's extremely speculative. What you're saying is Railtown's extremely speculative. Okay, so I'm sure you don't have time to study it, and you'd probably want to get it from one of your friends sitting across from you on the table that's shorting the stock. But this is what happens. You have a user that wants to use AI, and you use it in your computer programming. You have a user. Well, the user goes to the cloud. It's the data centers. And that's what you use you're using it right now. But everything is moving in this great transformation, this exchange of platforms from software created by SDKs. Everything's going to have been at least radically upgraded, but written by ADKs, Agentic Development Kits. On top of that, if you listened to NVIDIA yesterday, Jensen Huang, we're going to the point where AI software is going to be written by AI on top of AI. Everything, every app, barely social gator that you're using to spread FUD, every app, because you don't do any work, you ordered DoorDash, and then you don't clean up when you order maids ride over to you for $5. All of those apps, and then you don't exercise, so you call an Uber. You don't wash your clothes because your mother used to do that for you, so you call a service that'll pick up your cleaning. All of that's by application. You don't write checks anymore. You use Venmo or you use other Apple. It's all by software. It's all uses of software created by software development kits. Every bit of it has to, just to be simple, has to be replaced. All of it has to be replaced by software created by ADKs. All of it has to be upgraded to run. You know, you're probably not old enough. You have no manners, but it used to be IBM had these huge mainframes, and others had big mainframes. Then it went to the PC, and then internet and the cloud. All of that was written with software development kits. All of it. It all has to be, it's not going to be thrown out, but essentially if companies want to compete, if they want to be in this new era, it's all got to be replaced by software, if that's even used as a word anymore, written by ADKs. And the ADKs, the agentic toolkits, run on the new chips and the new data centers. It's like when you have to upgrade your 10-year-old iPhone, it no longer works. You probably don't use iPhone. You probably use one of the knockoffs of the competitor. I forget the name of the competitor. But that's what's going on. And so I don't see where you see risk in the wave of users coming to data centers, brand new data centers. Now, there's only one major company that does ADKs from what I've seen. And that's for data centers. That's Google. Microsoft, when you look it up, they have a small one, and I think they paid a very little for it. But when I asked Corey says Microsoft doesn't have an ADK in-house for the hyperscale part of their business. AWS has a large language model piece. They don't have their own ADK. They have an agreement, among others, with different users, different providers, but also LangChain. Well, why is that? Number one, it's all new. This didn't exist. But really, I guess the breakthrough moment was ChatGPT, where everybody understands it. But this didn't exist in the public imagination or in people creating companies until recently. But 6 years ago, Marwan Haddad and Corey Brandolini met. They already knew each other, but they met skiing or something. And they decided to start Railtown, whatever they called it at the time, with the specific goal of creating this software piece early to be ready. They wanted to have it ready to go early. So it's battle tested. Let me show it to you. You're unbelievable. You're unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. You just make statements without doing any work. This is Railtown. Railtown, and I get it from their website. Railtown, this is their new slogan apparently. Build, feed, observe the agent. So you've got rail tracks, which is basically data that already exists, and you do everything with it. They've got Rail Engine in the middle, which is real-time data, making decisions as data updates, or as you're driving a car, or shorting a stock in collusion with a bunch of friends across the globe. You need real-time AI data. That's Rail Engine. And then Conductor is the observability tool, making sure everything stays on the tracks, so to speak. But the big thing Conductor does is make sure software doesn't break down, doesn't go off the rails, again, so to speak, doesn't get into endless loops. Conductor makes sure that the company using the data center gets the maximum possible out of their time at the lowest cost. Because you don't want to redo things and get into replacement and wasting time going through too much. Anyway, you get the point of what Conductor is. This Conductor took 2 years of heavy lift to create. Rail Engine took 2.5 years of heavy lift to create. And Rail Tracks, I suppose, was ready sooner, but it started with the same white paper. This package of software, which is probably the wrong term, was created because nobody else did it. How do I know that? Corey said it in 2 presentations on YouTube. And Corey and Marwan have built out 6 companies to sale. This company shouldn't be public right now, but it is. But they built out 6, 5 sold. But they've been developing software since the 80s, early 80s, mid 80s. They knew these pieces were missing. So you know what they did, barely social? They sold one of their companies to Microsoft. They called up Microsoft. They said, hey, here's our white paper. Can we trust you to read it? They did. Are you doing this? No, we're not. We love it. This is fantastic. Is anybody else doing it? No, they're not. And it's true, they weren't. They weren't. LangChain has a different He's smart. He stumbled. He had a different thing he was doing, and he stumbled into it, just like everybody. They're all. This is a rapidly evolving space. But anyway, I won't tell you how. But they asked Microsoft, "Are you doing this?" No, but we love it. And in fact, we'd like to support you. We'd like to help you. I won't tell you. I'm not going to tell you how. But you can go to the website and see that these tools are embedded in 3 of the Microsoft channels: GitHub, Cloud Azure Cloud, and I forget the other one, right? Microsoft Sales Partners or something. You can go to the website if you want to do work. They are in bed with Microsoft. They also partner with NVIDIA. They partner with AMD. And obviously they're partnered with AIP and now partnered with TELUS. So I don't see how you can say this is extremely speculative. If you're a day trader, yeah, any 1 week, any 2 months, you guys know that the system can drive a stock down 50% if you're a day trader. But if you get into Railtown with an understanding of what this right here could be worth, I don't see there's any risk at all. There is pain in the middle. The company hasn't done a toxic financing. They have enough money to see it through till TELUS revenue shows up. The TELUS deal's been announced and confirmed. The AIP deal is done. Where are you saying it's extremely speculative? If you're talking about day trading and daily prices, which I submit to you are wrong, but anyway, if you're talking about the high, which ran up speculatively because someone on Reddit had a rumor they spread. I don't know how it happened. But it went to 69 cents US. If you measure it from there, and now it's whatever, 29 cents it shows on the S, but 25.5 cents, you could say, oh, that's extremely speculative, but you're a day trader. You're not an investor. What you do is a joke. Do you actually have relationships with women that last more than a night? You gotta have long-term plans rather than short-term fixes, you know? But here's what goes on. You just heard it. That guy wants a billion. There's already a billion users of AI. He wants it for everybody on the planet. Good Lord. So the users in Canada are going to come to the data center, which is brand new, and it's the only one, by the way. The rest of them are coming, but this is the only one right now. And I would say TELUS has some risk because TELUS, some analysts say sell, and they're deleveraging. So TELUS isn't arguably as strong as a Microsoft or NVIDIA or Facebook. But there's people that say Facebook overspent on the metaverse and that NVIDIA is ahead of, that's a market. But TELUS and NVIDIA are the data center. It's also powered by hydropower, so it's half the cost of other data centers. It's ready to go. it's sovereign, it's Canada. TELUS is going to transfer its customers and businesses existing to this center. So what's the risk there? Barely. What's the extremely speculative risk? TELUS knows its book of customers, and they're going to move it to, they're going to try to move all of them, but they're going to move them to this data center and bring in new business. NVIDIA is going to be part of the attraction and the low cost. TELUS is going to market this whole transfer. So the user is going to come to the data center because TELUS is out banging the drum, but also because TELUS is telling them, shift, move from other data centers, move from our other data centers, come here. For NVIDIA, for the low cost. So they're going to come. Now, you're telling me that's extremely speculative? You're smoking dope. You don't know what, you haven't studied it. Now, to make the data center work, you need a large language model. My choice is Cohere. That's the layer here. There are people saying Cohere was a speculative big risk company too. But you want to buy Cohere, it's $150 or something. So to make this data center, the NVIDIA work, the TELUS data center work for the user, you have to have a large language model. I choose Cohere because it's Canadian. This whole thing is done in a Canadian, sovereign Canadian concept that the whole country is obsessed with. So I think it's Cohere. Now, since May, TELUS has been testing NVIDIA and their data center using 3 customers. You can go get the news story. I'll find it maybe at the end of this call. So they've been testing this data center, and maybe they've been keeping it off the news while they test it to make sure it works. I believe, I don't know if it's Cohere. It could be OpenAI. It could be that other one that begins with an A. Anthropic. It could be Anthropic or Cohere. I pick Cohere. But they've been testing this, putting it through its paces. Well, it's not enough. The next layer you need is the orchestration frameworks, the ADKs. It's Railtown. In the case of the TELUS data center, it's Railtown. Why? Same reason. Canada, Canada, Canada. Now, if people come here and say, we want to use Anthropic, Railtown's fine with that. If TELUS wants to put LangChain here, I guess they split the pie. We don't know these details. But where's the extremely speculative, and you call it a trade? I'm trying to tell people this is an investment. It's not a bloody trade. I'm not a day trader. And I'm not a swing effing trader either, whatever an effing swing trader is. So I think the speculative surprise in Railtown now is going to be to the higher. But let me go back here, barely social human. The data center is owned by TELUS. You can agree on that. TELUS has announced, jointly announced with Railtown, that TELUS and Railtown are going to share the revenue from the data center. Railtown has closed the AIP transaction. So we know for a fact, we know from an interview Rebecca Kurzweil did, that over 100 million in revenue from Railtown's own company. Of course, they don't own the exact companies, but the network, they own the network. They're going to move the Canadian companies, they're all Canadian companies, or most of them are, they're going to move their AI applications and software development from Microsoft, from all the other hyperscalers, wherever they are, they're going to move them to TELUS. And they've announced that there's a revenue sharing agreement, or it's in the presentation. Why is that extremely speculative? That's a fact, Jack. And if you assume that that grows over the next 2 years to 200 million at 20%, that's 40 million in revenue. And you know what? Barely social pain in the ass. It's all cash flow. And once it starts, it repeats every year. Let me say it differently to you. Barely social. Over the next 2 years, you know, there is execution risk. Will the Railtown software blow up on the runway? We've got to get past that. But over the next 2 years, as it grows, Railtown will generate annual recurring revenue from their own network of companies that the companies are currently spending every year. They're just going to move that spending to TELUS. The annual recurring revenue to Railtown will be larger than the current market cap of Railtown. I mean, you got to adjust whether you're talking about US dollars, Canadian dollars. But in broad stroke, the AIP deal will bring in free cash flow equivalent to the entire market cap of Railtown today every single year. And you say that's extremely speculative? Maybe as a trade. Because you're a trader. I'm not telling you to trade Railtown. In fact, I hope to hell it doesn't squeeze. I don't want anybody to trade out of it. But just from the AIP network, they can generate annual free cash flow that goes on for a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, equivalent to today's market cap. And you say that's extremely speculative? I think you're drinking your own excess water. The other thing about this TELUS is the CEO said that this data center business in general is going to, he didn't use the word data center, to be frank. He called it AI-enabled technology or something like that. But it's got to be this. Is going to grow in the next 2 years to an annual run rate of $2 billion. And it's this data center. And the second one that's going to open up. But it's Railtown on top. I don't know. Do you take the whole $2 billion that it goes through Railtown? Maybe not. Call it $1 billion because it's easy arithmetic. If you use 20%, that means in 2 years, Railtown will be able to prove up 200 million. It's all theoretically, of course, 200 million in annual recurring revenue. If you add both of those numbers up, it's equivalent to $1 a share. And it's every year. And it's free cash flow. And the stock's trading at 25 cents. I think you're, maybe what you want to say is Railtown's an extremely speculative stock to short. I'm not talking about the coordinated attack. That we got to come up with a different description, because it's not just shorting. It's algorithmic trading, selling stock you don't own, working in conjunction with other computers, dark pool, hiding trades. It's all automated, walking the price down. It's not, calling it shorting is not descriptive enough. But I would say if someone sells the stock now or shorts the stock now, it's darn speculative. It's darn risky. But I'm not doing my, I think you're doing my viewers a disservice by espousing your drivel. Adele app, Railtown halted. I didn't see it halt, but it might have. De Quattro, Telus is great. You think it? Do you think that they could get the big boys in Bell Canada and Rogers? Well, those are the other two big providers, and the only, let me put it this way, De Quattro, the only way that Telus will have exclusivity on the Railtown product as far as other hyperscalers in Canada are concerned, like Canada Bell and Rogers and Microsoft and AWS and Uniserve, and the only way Telus can get exclusivity is to buy the company. Otherwise, you're exactly right. Let's take your thought a little bit further. I'm told that one data center can handle everything Canada needs right now, but everything's growing exponentially. So that's probably why Eric says Project Wonder Valley is being planned, and it might get overbuilt in the short run. But remember, the Telus data center is already permitted, the plant acquired, the building built, the NVIDIA deal done. I think the NVIDIA chips involve, we have to check that, but I think the NVIDIA chips, they have the state of the art, whatever it is now, Blackwell. But if they want to move it up to the Anna Marie, that dear heart of a scientist, Anna Ray, I can't remember her name, but they want to go to that next chip. I believe it's already built in their contract that NVIDIA rolls those out. I don't know if I'm right on that. But this data center, but they have 3 more they're building. I'm sure the next 3, there's one coming on, they'll go to the next chip. But anyway, take your thought process further. And let me just go with the 2 billion, and further let me assume it refers to, this is what Darren Entwistle projected, 2 billion out of AI enabled revenue, something like that is what he called it. Let's say it's 2 billion, like he says, by 2008. But let's just say that 2 billion does all go through this data center and the one that's going to probably be ready to go in the next month or 2 or 3. So let's say these sovereign AI factories are where the $2 billion in revenue, and growing, I would assume, come from. Let's further assume that Railtown's on the top of it. And let's further assume Railtown, because it's the only Canadian one, is the only one on top. These are several assumptions you can see I made. But if you take $2 billion in annual recurring revenue, top line, from that data center, they split that revenue with Railtown. Now, I'm going to give you my number. If you want to use 10%, cut it in half. If you want to use 40%, double it, but you shouldn't. I don't think it's going to ever be 40%. I think 20%. So 20% of $2 billion comes to Railtown annually, starting in 2 years, and they make money all along the way. So what is that? That's $400 million a year coming from TELUS, the data center, coursing through the bank accounts of Railtown. $400 million a year. But just think about it, D. Quattro. Two things I want you to think about. What if, for the sake of argument, rather than all the negativity out there, what if Corey and Marwan and their entire team did, in fact, build the go-to standard, the gold standard for data centers? What if? Now, I personally think they can't be a unicorn because I don't think they can keep up with. NVIDIA put 1,000 programmers on one thing. But that doesn't mean Railtown's tools, once purchased by another company, won't grow to that level. But leave that aside for now in this example. So from this 1 or 2 data center, these TELUS data centers, $2 billion goes to Railtown at $400 million a year. And it's going to be that way for 3 or 4 years. 400 million. And it's growing. Maybe it grows to 500 million, 600, but let's just go with 400 million. Well, just think about, D. Quattro. Canada has, I forget now as I'm talking to you, but it's something like 200 or 300 data centers. But just focus on the brand new data centers that are being built and upgraded. Exactly what you're saying. Rogers and Bell Canada. Now, I don't know how much business is available in Canada. Maybe they have to get business from around the world. I don't know. But if Railtown's tools on top of data centers do become the Mercedes-Benz or the BM, in Germany, BMW is viewed as better than Mercedes-Benz, but they become the Lincoln of that orchestration framework. Imagine if they go to Canada, Bell and Rogers and get a similar amount. You're at over $1 billion in cash flows. All right, just think about that. Then think about Microsoft, apparently, is the largest provider of data centers services in Canada. Microsoft has something like 400 data centers worldwide. So coming back to a thought question for you. One-way TELUS could lock down again, I'm assuming this is a battle-tested, best-in-class product. If you don't want to assume that, you can chop all these numbers down and say that it has to share space with LangChain. But LangChain all by itself cannot take over the world. There's enough room in the financial world. For example, when I started, I was around when the Dow broke 1,000. There was E.F. Slutton, there was Payne Weber, there was Prudential Beige, there was Dean Whittier, there was Drexel Burnham, there was Laidlaw, there was Johnston Lemon, there was Alex Brown, there was Merrill Lynch, there was Morgan Stanley wasn't really on the map. It was boutique. There was Goldman Sachs, but they were private. There was Gruntal, where Cohen started. There was so much competition. But over time, the financial world grew so big that these become gigantic firms, and they're all making more money than Croesus. So if for some reason LangChain is perceived at putting Railtown at risk, I think Railtown's better than LangChain. But even if it is better, people drive Jaguars and they drive Porsches and they drive, well, that one woman in Minnesota isn't going to be able to drive her Porsche anymore. They drive Lincoln Continentals, they drive Lexus. You get my point. My opinion, though, for my thought process is I think Railtown is the bee's knees, and it is the bee's knees and the business in Canada. So how could TELUS take the entire data center market for itself in terms of this great Railtown product? How could TELUS increase TELUS's revenue by 400 million every year and growing? How could TELUS increase its free cash flow by 400 million every year and growing? I think you know the answer. TELUS could buy Railtown. And I think TELUS will try to buy Railtown. Now, Microsoft, how does Microsoft protect itself from everyone fleeing their hyperscaler centers in Canada because they hate Trump, to be in Canadian sovereign hyperscalers with NVIDIA and all that? And if, in my example, Railtown is the Ferrari of orchestration frameworks, what does Microsoft do? You got it. They buy Railtown. Now, what advantage does Microsoft have? I don't think TELUS has that advantage. Microsoft could pay 10 years of revenue, although I was told they don't even do it based on revenue. But they could pay 10 years of revenue, because the revenue will go on and on and on. That would be $4 billion. It's not a lot, but they could pay 10 years of that 400 million projected revenue. I think the company should sell for more, but so they could pay $4 billion. Microsoft could. Railtown's already embedded and bundled in GitHub, Microsoft GitHub. Railtown is already in bundled, or whatever word they use, in Microsoft Cloud Azure. Railtown is already in the Microsoft Developer Sales Program, whatever. It's on the website. It's already there. So what if Microsoft were to say, you know what, we're going to go ahead and we're going to make an offer. The problem is Microsoft might offer 400 million and shareholders might vote for it. But if the company is projected to do 400 million a year in cash flow, in my example, why would Microsoft let TELUS buy it? Microsoft wants Canada. They want the world. So it's 400 million a year in revenue. Microsoft might say, we'll pay you 10 years of revenue. That's $4 billion, which, just so you know what we're talking about there, is equivalent to $18 a share. Well, just think about this, Darren. That revenue, see, I don't know how it breaks out as a percentage of all AI usage in Canada. I don't know that. But we just got a pretty good indication that demand for this data is growing exponentially everywhere. That's something to test. And remember, when you listen to Wang or Dr. Su, they're just talking their own spit, they're talking their own book, believing their own spit. But at $18, or let's go back to the $4 billion, Microsoft can make that acquisition pay for itself by simply putting Railtown across all of its data centers. I personally think Microsoft could pay $40 billion for Railtown. And since everything's bundled, just include it in the bundles across all their data centers, and it pays for itself. But we'll see what their thinking is. All they have to do is issue stock. That's why I think Microsoft's going to buy Railtown. But I do think the sovereign Canada aspect of Railtown means TELUS will want to buy them. If Railtown service proves up to be the home run, and it can prove to be better than LangChain, what if the buzz is around the world at all the data centers about Railtown? You could see bidders like Oracle, or bidders like Musk, or bidders like NVIDIA come in. That's why when people tell you to treat this as extremely speculative trade, you got to remember they're thinking of short-term trading. They're not doing it for the reason that you're doing it. Also, when you listen to people saying take 2 years and wait for revenue results, they don't want you to build a position. Right size it. Look, guys, as long as you're in over-the-counter markets listening to these people, they're just first going to shear all the wool off your back, and then they're going to take you up a conveyor belt into an abattoir and knock you over the head, and they're going to say, well, I told you to do your own due diligence, whatever that means. How does an investor going to do their own due diligence? They got to listen to somebody. But anyway, you're going to see research come out on Railtown, which I think could make me look foolish. I could be wrong in some of my assumptions, but I'm willing to look foolish. I'll adapt to what the what do you call it? The software analysts and the AI analysts say. I'll adapt to that. But until then, I got to do it based on what conversations, interviews, putting pieces together. But D Quattro, yes, I think they will get Bell Canada. I do think that. And I think they could get Rogers Communications. Absolutely. The only way they won't, two ways. And we got to be honest with ourselves. If that data center is right now, I don't know this, but if right now they're testing Railtown software, it makes sense, doesn't it? That they have to test it. It makes sense. If they're testing it and all of a sudden Railtown software conks out, well, then we're in trouble. I'm sure they can fix it, but we'll miss out. It'll take 6 to 9 months to fix it, and the world will go on. I don't think that's the case at all, because the engineers apparently that Railtown have are as good or better than anybody in Palo Alto, and they've been working on it a long time, and it's battle tested. So I don't think that's going to be a problem. They to me, a risk that we might have to deal with is they sell the company prematurely. But there's two sides of that. It's safer to go ahead and sell the company early so that we have an exit. That is safer. But if there's a bidding war, the price will take care of itself. The thing you don't want is one company to come in and offer $300 million, and it's like a hush-hush offer, and it goes to shareholders. It's $1.50 a share. It's a nice return, but it's not the great upside. And then to optimists, they'll say, well, Microsoft will go from 400 to 4,000. I don't buy that. I think the market is going to have a correction. But who knows? Well, that's yet to be. AI, when I was talking about collateral from Iran or Nicaragua or Cuba or Mexico or Colombia or Venezuela. I finally remembered the country. What's amazing is, just like Bitcoin went from nothing to significant, this AI for everyone, AI for everybody, AI everywhere, whatever you want to call it, AI 2.0, it could a message just came in. It interrupted my train of thought. AI, this AI 2.0 all by itself, Imagine the collateral it could create for the banking system, and imagine the income and the revenue it could create for the United States, and imagine the the our debt problem could be reduced. I mean, it could the market could carry on. But anyway, let me move on from your question because it's not your fault. It's my fault to go on and on. Yes, they could do business with Bell Canada and Rogers, but I was trying to get you to think, what if it becomes the world standard, all the data centers in the world? I think the company will get bought before that. Because when you start extrapolating all that sort of rose-colored glasses thinking, you can start imagining that Railtown could be a unicorn. It could be the next Twitter or the next Instagram, you know. Justin Babish, what do you mean 27 million shares of DTCC? Well, I don't know how to calculate. I should look it up, Justin. I should look it up. I should look that up. It's a good point. I don't know the shares that people buy in Canada. Let me see if I can. Let me see what. I don't know how to Google it. I don't know the question to ask. Canada may have its own. Let me just ask, does Canada have its own DTCC? So Canada has, like a true capitalist country, it has CDS clearing, and it has the CDS and the CDCC. So let me Google how many shares of Railtown are held at shit, I forgot. I forgot the names. CDS and CDCC. All right, CDS. How many shares of our Railtown held at CDCC or CDS. It's not possible to provide the exact number of shares of Railtown held at a specific central depository company or a clearing and depository services. It's unbelievable. Railtown's total shares outstanding and depository status Railtown has approximately 194 million 0.15 million shares outstanding, 194.15 million shares outstanding. So anyway, Justin, I don't know what happens with Canada, but yes, there, according to what I researched, there's 27 million shares of Railtown at the DTC. Maybe there's some held in some central depository in Canada. I don't know. I'll try to find out. But it's not the float. The float is 104 million shares. But then the two things you can get out of it. One is there's a lot of stock out of that's not in the depository system. That's probably closely held shares or whatever. It may be out. It's so opaque, you never can see it. The second thing is the float, 104 million shares. I think insiders, so to speak, management insiders, they have something between 50 and 60 million shares. They're not selling. But I wouldn't get too caught up. That whole theory about we own the float, we own what they have at the DCC. I think it leads us down wrong roads of, oh, there's going to be a short squeeze. Oh, we're going to get them. The key thing you got to understand is Wall Street has imitated the fractional reserve banking system. They've created a fractional reserve security custodial, a security system. There's some problems doing that because securities are not fungible. Securities pay dividends and special dividends. There's votes, there's splits, there's, there are distributions of assets. It's not perfect, but that's what you have now. So any kind of trying to calculate, well, if we have 17 million and there's 27 million at the DTCC, I don't think it's worth the exercise. As long as the prime brokers are working with these machines, that's what they are. They're as evil as machines, and so are the people that work with them, in my opinion. But they walk prices down. They do it rapid fire every day. They've got the patience of a machine. As long as they drive the stock price down, these prime brokers will issue as many shares intraday and more broadly as they need. I don't believe in the short squeeze crap, the trigger, any of that anymore. It may happen once in a while, but you gotta have the hands of a John Riggins or a Elway or a Aaron, the 42-year-old. You just got to have skill beyond belief to take advantage of a short squeeze. So I think we just got to stop thinking about all that. The key with Railtown is to realize that this is valuable, and then you can work backwards. I mean, you can sit there and come to your own conclusions. Where I start is projected, remember, that the data centers will do 2 billion in shared revenue from TELUS, and they'll do, I don't know, 30 million from the AIP network. So that's 2 billion, 30 million. That is a big number of shared revenue. Now, I think you would correctly argue we don't know that the entire 2 billion is going to be shared with Railtown. So for me, this is what Darren Entwistle predicted. But for me, a good starting point is to cut that in half. I think this number 30 million, I'm talking about forward revenues, say, projected in a year from now, or projected now for 2 years from now. Future projections. So I think you could change all that to 1 billion, call it 1,025,000,000. So 1 billion. Now call it 150 million for the AIP, 1 billion for the TELUS. So that's actually 1,150,000. Multiply that by 20% for Railtown's part. You get 200 million from the TELUS business. You get 30 million from the AIP net to Railtown. So it's 230 million, projected to happen in 2027 or 2028. Annual recurring revenue for Railtown projected 230 million. Well, they have, here it says 194 million shares, but fully diluted, they have about 222 million shares out. That's $1 a share. Projected, somebody will project it for 2028. I'm not saying this year, but that's $1 in ARR. That's $1 in cash flow per share. That's $1 in profit per share. It's $1. Now, so Justin, you see how I did it? This 200 million of this comes from 20% of 1 billion. 30 million of this comes from 20% of 150 million AIP. And you divide it by the fully diluted shares, it gives you $1 a share. Now, if you want to be negative on these numbers, you can. If you want, so you can cut this number. But this is a starting point of a projection. Let's say an analyst comes out, we think the company could be doing 230 million in revenue, in annual recurring revenue by 2028. It may seem totally wrong. So you take the $1 and you risk it. You take the $1 a share and you risk it. I don't know what to risk it by. 2/3? take 2/3 off of it? Well, then you predict that Railtown could do 33 cents a share in annual recurring revenues, in cash flow per share, and in essentially in profit per share. And once it starts, 33 cents, it keeps going. So what multiple do you put on that? What multiple do you put 1 multiple? So the stock trade is worth 33 cents right now? Or do you put 10 multiple on it? The stock should be $3.30 right now. Or do you put a multiple of 25 on it to reflect software companies? That's $8.25. I think that's I think 25x times 33 instead of times $1. I think that's right up the sweet spot of a target for Railtown. I don't know. You know, if they get a bid below that, maybe the company sells, and you have to get this number in that new stock. But if they stay independent, I think that happens. That's certainly a reasonable target within 6 months to me. Other people may disagree. Wait a year, wait 2 years. But all you need is analysts projecting. Now, if you use, Justin, if you use a multiple like IVP and Sequoia Group benchmark used for LangChain, it would be 75. It's actually higher than that, but 75 times 33 cents. That gives you a target of $24.75, gives you a target of $25 a share using their valuations. Well, there's some arguments why their valuation might be too high. It's self-funding. They're just they all help each other. They create the valuation, they sell it to their friends, the friends join in, and then the next round, same thing. They move it up. And then if their friend brings a deal to them, they say, okay, we'll go in it. So a lot of it is self-promotion, self-funding, self-fulfilling valuations. As they move it up, the value change to dump it in retail clients and the California teachers' pension funds. So it's a little bit of a rigged game. That's a negative. And it's a big negative. But a positive is that it is a comp. And another positive is LangChain was valued over the summer. It was priced during the summer. It's 6 months, 7 months later now. The next round is going to be higher. So anyway, if you use 75x, you get a essentially a $25 target. So somewhere between $8 and $25 might be, based on 33 cents a share, might be a reasonable target for this stock 6 to 9 months from now. Others are going to tell you to wait longer. Others are going to tell you get out and it's a win. and then go into, I don't know, some other nightmare. I suggest, why don't we let the market sort it and wait for the buyout? Unless we get information that tells us not to follow that strategy, I would suggest for now waiting for the buyout, because your account will go up if it's a taxable account. It will go up without having to pay taxes on the appreciation. And you let the market set the exit point, and then you can make a decision. It's less stressful. Anyway, that's what I would suggest. I wouldn't suggest trying to time your exit. The only exception is if there's a short squeeze, which I hope there isn't. But if there is, based on those numbers I just figured out, I don't know. Everybody's got to we'll deal with it if it looks like it's happening. But I would guess if it goes over $20 or $25 a share in a short squeeze, maybe it makes sense to take the profit. But at the risk of Tony and Platinum Blonde making fun of me, the problem is if it only squeezes to 25 and you get out, and at the same time other funds have built positions, you might be surprised. It might not pull back that much. And you really might not be able to get back in to the same position you sold. But, I could be wrong. And then you'll find out that Tony and Platinum are right by luck. But it could be that they'll have some explaining to do. Ward Richardson, good afternoon, William and RT crew. Whirl Engine just getting in here. Anything new? No, nothing new. Nothing new. We listened to your Dr. Sue, and she's impressive. She's has a lot of clients who are men, but she did a good job, I thought. And I thought she was very good at getting to the heart of the question she should be asking her customers. It was good. I think she did a good job, but we only listened for about 20 minutes, 20, I don't know, until I couldn't listen anymore. Yeah, Ward, there are some shorts in there. Jeremy, before Thanksgiving, guys, I see us going up $1 a week. Are you quoting me? I don't know. I may have said that. I still have my notebook where I wrote down projections. It's my calendar where I wrote down projections. But I think my second set of projections were lower than my first set. So you might be quoting something that's not reflected in what I wrote down. But I wrote down, because people asked me, by the way, yeah, I wrote it down with lower numbers than you're quoting. I put it out there to everybody. I said it would be 70 cents right after the election. It'd be $1.10 on the week of the 12th. Yeah, there's the dollar. I said 19th. On the 19th, it'd be 250. And on the 26th of November, I said 375. But when you come in, Jeremy, and you measure me against your collusion and attacks with everybody else, I think it's very cowardly, and you're being a bully. You know that the system walks down these prices in the absence of news. And one of the things I did not know about, and what, I'm supposed to be like Karnak? I know they are going to be taking 7 months with TELUS to prove. I didn't know. Nobody knew it. That news on TELUS would take this long. But you want me to see the future, I guess. But the crushing, the ongoing crushing of every stock on the over-the-counter and NASDAQ never used to happen before. But you are such a PRICK, you want to make fun of someone trying to support an idea that you attack. There's no brains in what you do. But let me just go through what has changed that helps you be an asshole. There's no uptick rule. So that high frequency trading in stocks that otherwise would trade by appointment, there's no uptick rule. You can start pre-market all day long. You can sell stock you don't have. Down, 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 down. And that's why day after day after day, it's red, 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 red. There's no uptick rule anymore. You don't have to, the order taker no longer needs to know their customer because there's no enforcement of that rule. So you can do it from lots of different shadow accounts. There's the dark pools that things get done through, which I can't explain, but it moves trades. Sometimes it moves trades to be reported until after hours. There's a true up during the day. So as long as you true up all your shorts and you can tell the regulator, hey, we were net positive, net, what's the word? Net bullish or net, there's a term, I can't remember it. They don't screen you. There's no buying in any stocks under $5 by any retail accounts in Wall Street managed or overseen by brokers at Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, UBS, Stifel, anyway, on and on. Not A.G. Edwards, but the other one. Jones, Edward Jones. None of them buy any stocks under $5. Also, all of the independent advisors do not recommend to their clients to buy any stocks under $5. So you guys get to shoot fish in a barrel. That's what you do. That's what you do. There's no enforcement of the locate rules. There's no enforcement of delivery. There's Goldman Sachs created the F3 button where when they run out of stock, they can just hit it and say, oh, we found some. So it's endless selling. And the key thing to understand, what allows all of this is that the UCC Section 8 was changed under Bill Clinton so that brokerage firms and your brokers can sell to you security entitlements. So all of the shares are held at a central depository, the DTCC, in the name of the brokerage account. What's in our accounts is essentially an IOU, everybody's account. It's a securities entitlement. It's an unsecured claim to the collateral represented by that pool of stock. That pool of stock is collateralized to the stock loan desk, to the derivatives department, and it is used to expand the amount of shares in the system, just like when you go to a bank, you give them money, they take your money, they use that 10 to 1 or more to loan money to people to buy houses, loan money to buy cars. And so they are leveraging massively in what's called a fractional reserve banking system. Wall Street is doing that with your securities. And for you to ridicule me when you're on the other side of that, I think is disingenuous. I've never said that Railtown is immune from you all. I've never said that. The key to Railtown going up $1 a week, which it'll do at some point. My information was get the AIP deal done and the news will follow, research, buying. But my information wasn't privileged information. It was kind of a scuttlebutt, I guess. But it turns out, Jeremy, asshole, the facts don't matter to you, do they? The company entered into an MOU on February 8th. It used the word MOU, LOI, acquire, weeks, negotiate, can accord genuity. In that release, your computers read press releases. Your computers just started selling. And I've told you why you do it. You know why. Because if you can bust the deal, you win. If you can make the deal unattractive to the company being acquired, the acquiring company has to issue a massive new amount of stock to make them happy, you win. If in either case, the company needs capital and you've driven the stock down, you can go to your friends at Canaccord Genuity and say, hey guys, we'll give you $5 million. It's all because you made it up out of thin air, selling stock that didn't exist, sitting there. We'll give you that money under these terms. We'll do an at-the-money offering. We want 2.5 times warrants, and we blah, blah, blah. It all sounds good, except in the documents, it allows you, well, obviously you cover your position, but it allows you to continue your campaign to steal the entire market cap. You should be proud of yourselves. You should. You destroy companies, you destroy cities, you ruin technologies. It's fantastic. Enjoy your oysters and your champagne and your drive home. Now, Barry's Social Gator, the stock price is wrong. Lots of laugh. Well, yeah, I'm laughing at you. Ward Richardson, just look into that $70 billion data center. The plans are, wow. Is it on the St. Lawrence Seaway? To build 58 data centers totaling 30. Oh my gosh. I wonder if it'll happen in time so that they create AI that can go into the body and I can live till I'm 150. Ward Richardson, looks like RT will be busy with that project. RT could buy a lot of stock cars with. I know. I want to make sure. Okay, I just want to, before these people say anything else, I want to remove them. All right, that guy's gone. And there was, oh, I guess I don't have all my comments anymore. So I deleted that one guy, but the rest of them are gone. I wonder why. Well, anyway. Ward Richardson. William, I agree with you. I think they are testing, and we are waiting on results now, and waiting on Uniserv Communication Data Center also makes a lot of sense to me. That you bring up something as well. Look, the what do you call it? The golden ring. What technology companies do unless they become a unicorn, like that Lumina or Cohere or something. What they want to do is develop their software and then get customers. Prove it works, prove customers want it, and then they get bought, they sell themselves or they get purchased. And so LangChain is doing a great job. They've got all these VCs behind it, and obviously there's a budget to seed the publications around the world that LangChain is this key thing. But also, a lot of people are using LangChain. They're downloading it, but that's the course that Railtown would have followed and was in the process of following. But now Railtown is given this golden opportunity. They just have to prove the concept essentially to TELUS. Prove the concept works to Uniserv. Because Uniserv wants to keep Uniserv's business. If they don't keep up with the new data center, all of Uniserv's clients are going to go somewhere else. So if Railtown can prove it to one customer, Uniserv, which is much smaller than TELUS, prove it to another customer, TELUS, it gets exposed to all of Uniserv's customers, which it's weird. It's either 2,000 or 3,000. I don't know which number is correct. But they're entities. But TELUS's customers, I mean, depending on who you believe, it's tens of thousands or it's 20 million customers, whatever it is. By going through the TELUS channel, Railtown does the work of proof of concept once, and they essentially get all these customers who are TELUS's customers. It's incredible. And then your mind doesn't, I mean, you can be negative because the price is down, but your mind doesn't have to trip too far down the future to imagine the hubbub or the buzz that comes when software engineers, data centers, deployers, acquirers, people, salesmen and women they start saying, hey, if you want this data center to work the best, you got to have Railtown. Now, there are other options out there, including LangChain and Google ADK. But in Canada, at least with one of the top 3 telecoms, it looks like Railtown is the choice, and Uniserve. And man, I just think it could catch fire. And Ward, you more than anybody here, I can't remember the numbers. Was it 7 trillion? I don't remember. The worldwide spending on data centers is going to be enormous. Hi, PS71. Hello, Sir Bill. Like you, I joined the fight. I know you did. Have lost a ton of money since MMTOP. So have I. I've lost, I don't know your numbers, but I've lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Maybe I should calculate it. Maybe I was in shock from the money I lost, from some vicissitudes in my life. It doesn't have to be about me, but I've lost a lot of money too. And I'm not trying to take away from you. I suppose I want to say that it is accurate to say I understand, but that doesn't help you with the problem. All right. I have lost a ton of money since MMTOP. I understand the different approach you have taken, and I think you're on the right track for the long term. Yes, long term. That's the key word. Who's Amy Vandersteel? Ham's going to be there? Shit. Ham's going to be there. I was going to go. I don't know who Amy Vandersteel is. I have to check. I can do it right now. Let me just hang on one second. I have a doctor's appointment. No, my appointment's on Tuesday, the 13th. Okay, but it's in the morning. I was planning on going, but I don't know if I want to deal with him. He hasn't spoken to me in a long time, but he's not the only one. I guess I have that effect on people. Let me think about it. I don't know who Amy Vandersteel is. I was going to go to the SEC because somebody here told me about, I'm trying to remember his name, told me about the press conference. The cause is more important than the individual. Yes. The cause endures. Yes. Yes. Of course, I can't find the effing thing. I don't have to, I think it's right at the end while he's nodding. That's a long one. I actually remember listening to it. For me, a few hours ago, this campaign came to an end. For all of those who cares have been our concern, the work goes on, the cause endures, the hope still lives, and the dream shall never die. And then he wouldn't shake President Carter's hand. And may it be said of all of us, both in dark passages and in bright days, in the words of Tennyson that my brothers quoted and loved, and that have special meaning for me now, I am a part of all that I have met. Too much is taken, much abides. Well, I guess it says, though much is taken, much abides. That which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Teddy. I agree with you. The cause is important, but I let me think about it. I had a really tough, I'm not complaining, explaining, which I shouldn't do, I guess, but I had a tough holiday season. Uh, uh, you know, some people tell me it's always tough. The holidays are tough if you're not drinking. But it was an excruciatingly lonely experience without explaining. And my emotional uh, endings are just on edge. And I just don't know if I have it in me to deal with it. But let me cogitate on it. I'm not saying I won't do it. I'm just it makes me, my initial reaction is it makes me very nervous, and I already got too much of that. How do I handle this? What do I do? I don't even, the last 2-3 weeks, I haven't had a straight night's sleep. It's just the anxiety, the not knowing. Anyway, let me leave it there without saying too much. Difference, more important than individual differences. I hope that you decide to show up and do some of your show from there. This needs to be fixed, and you are a big part of it. Respectfully ask for your help. Well, your request means a lot to me, PS 71. So let me let me pray on it. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not saying no. It's a big, I will tell you, it's a big ask though. I was gonna go. So in a way, if you hadn't brought it up, I would have gone. But now it makes me quite at sixes and sevens whether to go now that you tell me Ham's going to be there. It doesn't help. All that personal crap doesn't help anything. And he's very good. He's worked this cause forever. Although I'm not sure. Uh, uh, his cause is MMTOP. I'm not sure for all those whose cares have been our concern. The work goes on, the cause endures, the hope still lives, and the dream shall never die. I echo at PS 71. I would like to attend, but I'm on the West Coast. Let me think about it. Today is what? Today is Wednesday. I've got some work to do, and maybe I should just grow up and do it, you know. I'll figure it out. PS 71. I'm not saying no. And I'll give it very serious consideration. My emotional reserves are so low. I just cannot handle a confrontation, or worse yet, another confusing dismissal or confusing, painful situation. But anyway, on the other hand, you are right. It is a big issue, and I should continue to join the fight. So let me think. You caught me off guard. Let me get a better answer for you. But in the meantime, I'm going to sign off and wish everybody good night. I really do think Railtown is going to have this pattern here is very bullish. It doesn't mean that it can't essentially go sideways, in other words, downward, longer. It can. But once it breaks, if I'm right, once it breaks that upward trend, the computers know this pattern. I think you'll see it. This is the Canadian stock. Looking at it here, I think it'll go to 80 cents. 80 cents. But the way I counted it, as I showed you, 1, 2, 3, sort of three and a part of one. 1, 2, 3, part of one. Maybe 75 cents. So similar targets, either way you look at it. And I think it could happen in 2, 3, 4 days. All right, I'm going to sign off. Peace to everyone. Cheers.